This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. What happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court.
Kamala, I'll be talking to you tomorrow. Thank you. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
From the SKO Media Group studio in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, it's time for the Some Kind of Radio Show, starring Earl McHugh and the Crazy Crew. Call in or text to 234-200-5110. That's 234-200-5110. Now, here's Earl McHugh and the Crazy Crew.
And here we are 4 days later, not having a final result yet. Not yet. I called this last week. There was no way this thing was going to be done anywhere close to Tuesday.
No.
I called it last week. I said, this thing ain't going to be over in 2 days, 3 days.
No.
We'll be lucky if this thing's over tonight, and I doubt it. Because you think about it.
This won't be over.
This won't be over for weeks.
In November.
Yeah.
No. This won't be over this month.
This thing's going to go on for a long time. We may get some counts tonight. There's a possibility we may get some counts tonight, and they say, but I'm going to tell you, with all the recounts that's going to happen, this thing's far from over. We knew this thing last week. We called it on some kind of radio show. This thing wasn't going to be over anytime soon.
No.
And you hear all the experts saying how, it'll only last a day or two. No. We called it right here. We may be called amateur hour, but we called it right here first. That it was not going to be over anywhere close to soon. Yes,
I just didn't think that it was going to be anything like 2000.
No,
I didn't think it was going to be this magnificent of a complete shit show.
Absolutely.
I stayed up till 4 watching the results because it was a work day for me.
Right.
And I had it on in the background. Now, so I knew that there were going to be states that just didn't have an idea. What floored me here is this. There were states that just stopped counting.
Yeah.
There were states that says, you know what? We're done. We're going to go take a nap.
Yeah.
I don't think in the history of ever has a state's election board said, you know what? Stop. Go home. Have a sandwich. Come back in the morning.
Yeah. Right.
And yet, here's the rub. And I know that we're going to spend hours talking about this. Somehow, while people were asleep, ballots magically appeared.
Mm-hmm.
3 states.
Right.
And 100% of those ballots were for one person.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my whole point of view. Yeah.
That's mathematically impossible. When I heard that, I just thought it was a house.
Yeah, you and me both.
The first time that came out, I thought, this is Photoshop. This is people, just starting some shit.
Right.
This is just this is just some nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Okay, we're trying to stoke the media fire, but it caught on because people looked into this and go, no, we did the math. There were I had it here 2 seconds, and I love my phone, but I want this thing here. Wisconsin, Michigan, 65,000 ballots. Michigan, 139 ballots. All of them. Biden. All 100%. Not a single Trump vote.
Not one. It doesn't make any
any
sense.
of those.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I can understand the trending of it, but
Right.
100% of them. And then here's what floored me. Okay, a couple things floored me already. There's supposed to be transparency among all this, right? Well, what you had in Detroit, they were starting to black out the windows of the counting center. They
wouldn't let people in. They weren't letting people in.
They wouldn't let anybody in, and plus they blacked out the windows and we were looking in either, even if they were outside. I was like, no more. And then yesterday in Georgia, and I actually counted. I actually called this. I was one of the first people in the country to even say this, because I said it immediately after I heard it. Was that one of the counties in Georgia? They made their ballots, quote unquote, in-house.
Yeah, they reprinted them so that it could be bigger so people could read.
Yeah, well, what they did, they don't fit in the machines.
Right.
So what they're doing is they are going to actually go ahead and transpose those votes from the ballot that was sent in to a new ballot, and then they're going to run it through the machine.
Right.
Where's the
potential
oversight
for?
Where's the oversight in that?
Yep.
I mean, it depends on who you talk to. I've heard people that they're just going to transfer, they're going to staple together, and there you go. No. That's bullshit. At that point, do you even count those ballots? It's like, because I'm sorry, your county did them wrong, and they're probably going to say, well, every one of them's for not Donald Trump, but Joe Biden anyway.
Right.
That's what they're going to say. And, and here's the funny thing. When that story came out, the only media that caught on to that was a local station in Georgia. The national media never once hit that story. I broke it first. I'm proud to say that. I broke it before anybody. And then, I post it. I had a couple people say, oh, you read memes? No, I'm not reading memes. It was right on the freaking news.
I'm reading the Associated Press. I don't think that's a meme.
Yeah. And so about a half hour later, I'm actually searching this story. So, because I quoted three people write me direct messages on Facebook to tell me I'm starting shit, I'm an instigator, and I'm full of shit. I'm like,
right.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what I heard. And then a couple minutes later, oh, here's the story. And you know what? Here's the video with it. Here you go. You know what I got? I got one person of the three apologized and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were right. Well, because I pay attention to the frickin' news.
Yeah. Now, the right thing, and no one's going to do this, but the right thing to do is, oh, well, it won't fit the machine. We're going to have to hand tabulate these. I don't care if it takes an extra week.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to hand tabulate these.
We're going to have
transpose them
right.
into another, because humans are fallible. Humans
Right.
are completely fallible.
Absolutely.
You're going to have somebody who's going to say, let me fudge a couple of these folks.
Right.
I've been sitting here watching, and again, we watched Wisconsin slip away. We watched Michigan slip away. We're watching Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, all slip away. How did this happen? You can't tell me that where the president had command to leave.
Yeah.
Suddenly disappeared.
I can give you the number differences right now. There are still 6 states that are outstanding. Right now, I'll go right down the line. Alaska, 54,610 to the good for Donald Trump.
Now, here's the thing. Alaska's the only one we haven't had problems with.
Yeah, I know.
The only thing is, you think Vegas is counting slowly.
Right.
They have 50% of the precincts reporting in Alaska.
Exactly it.
The dog sleds running slow this time of year.
Apparently, Okay,
although
so
I had one source that actually has called Alaska
mm-hmm.
for the president. Everybody else is like, we're gonna wait.
Yeah, everyone else in the
What?
world's calling Alaska. And Alaska typically is normally Republican ran anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, let's run down the line. Arizona, 38.
Some are calling, some are not.
Yeah, Arizona, some are calling, some are not. Right now, a couple of the states that are, but the vote count right now is 38,455 to the good for Joe Biden. Georgia, 4,224 ahead for Biden.
Yep.
Nevada, 22,657 to the good for Biden. North Carolina, 587 in North Carolina for Donald Trump. And now Pennsylvania is now 16,825 to the good for Joe Biden.
Right.
So
When I went to sleep last night, that was in the 100,000 category
right.
for the president. So
Tuesday night, what was it? There was like almost 500,000 votes to the good for the president.
Yeah.
right.
And they're trying to say it's all mail-in voting. I'm sorry. I mean, we're going to see recounts. We're going to see. It's going to be nasty.
Someone had said that typically,
Yeah.
mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, things like that, early voting tends to sway 60-40 towards a Democratic candidate.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I can dig that. Most that's the math. The math proves that.
Yes.
Not this time. Okay, you're talking about a 90-10, 95-5 split.
Yeah.
That's unheard of. That's absolutely unheard of.
It's unheard of, and for state to state, and there's only a few states that are counting the mail-ins last, and that's why we're waiting now so long. Ohio counted the mail-ins early on as they came in.
Mm-hmm.
Other states are doing this. Well, it's the first time they've done anything like this. So, we're going to count them last. We don't have any rules for this, so we're going to count them last, which we knew. And I when they said that weeks ago, I was like, this thing is not going to be over for weeks. I called it last week. I just listened to a little bit of excerpts from last week's show, and I said it right towards the end of the program. This thing is going to go on. It ain't going to be over this week. It's going to be middle of the month, if not December, before we get a final result. Just because all the litigation happening, all the recounts that are going to happen, it's going to be nasty. This is going to be very, very, very nasty. And you think this country's divided now? It's only going to get worse over the next couple days, if not weeks. It's going to get worse.
And the caveat to that is this: we had plenty of time to solve 2000.
Yes.
It was just one state. It was just one state.
One state.
It was 5 counties.
Yeah.
It was easy enough. You are talking about 6, maybe 7 states if
Yeah.
you throw in Arizona.
Yep.
You're talking about the entirety of the state, not
Yes.
county by county. The entirety of
The entire
the
state. Yep.
Okay.
Right.
What's going to happen on January 20th? Because I don't see, with the amount of pushback that is going to happen here,
Oh, it's going to
and
be ugly.
legitimately so, because look, if more people voted for Joe Biden than Donald Trump, God bless them. Okay, we'll suffer the 4 years. We suffered 8 with Obama. We'll suffer 4 with Joe Biden, and hopefully in 2024 we can come back and repair the damage. That's fine. I have no problem losing if more people actually voted for Joe Biden.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
If it's fair and counted fairly, I have no problem with that.
Right. And here's the thing. Everybody's jumping on the fact that the president is saying he doesn't want votes counted. He wants votes counted. He wants legitimate votes counted.
Exactly.
Legal votes counted.
he
Not
wants it-
duplicate votes, not dead votes, not your pet's votes,
Yeah.
not somebody who was born in I read somewhere that I think somewhere in Michigan, Detroit, they had a ballot from somebody who was born in 1824 or some shit like
Oh,
that.
well, yeah, that's longevity right there.
Yeah.
We had with the dead count was up.
Yeah.
They had more ballots than they did registered voters.
Yeah.
Again, it's that thing that says, I count legitimate count,
Right.
and with the totality of everything that's going on in 6, maybe 7 states,
Mm-hmm.
come January 20th, somebody's got to be sworn in.
Yes.
And
That-
God help us if Nancy Pelosi hammers the gavel. There's talk of her not being renewed as the Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
yeah,
We'll see.
yeah, because
We do have a solid deadline. Its solid deadline is January 20th.
yes. Yeah, because when Nancy Pelosi 4 years ago, after Trump got elected and the Democrats took control of the House,
Well, we lost the House. Yeah.
we lost the House. Nancy Pelosi had said, if you make me Speaker, I will serve a 4-year term, and then I will clear the way for somebody new. That was her promise back then. Of course, now with all
You
this going
expect her
on,
to keep promises?
no,
No.
I knew back then she was full of shit.
Yeah.
And it was just, it'll come down to it. Well, we need to keep me here another 4 years because, no one else is suitable to do my job. God help
That's
us.
fine.
God help us.
That's all.
God,
That's all fine and well. And no, she's not suitable to do her job, and it's been proven. But there is talk within the Democratic Party. Yes, I am listening to the other side. That they want to remove. They want to put somebody else in that speakership. The speakership is voted on every 2 years when there's
Yep.
there's like
when they make sure they have,
congressional election.
Right.
yeah,
And
when,
they will put people up against her that will garner more votes.
yeah,
Big thing that people are complaining about is everybody has been talking about this second stimulus package
Mhm.
for the constituency.
Forever.
Another 12. She's been the one who has railroaded that every single time, because every
absolutely.
bill that she's put forward for stimulus has been filled with so much pork that nobody else wants to sign it.
Right.
no,
The Republican Senate, the president himself has said, here, this is a deal for the American people. Sign this. She's like, no.
No, she wants to add in all these different little stipulations. She wants money to go here. She wants money to go there. She wants money for this, money for that. What's this got to do with the American people? This is a chance to backdoor some shit in there to fund some other agencies. Come on.
Right.
Help the American people out. The American people right now has gone through enough shit this year. Yeah, come on. Now you want to fund all this little horse shit stuff that don't need to worry about right now. Fund the American people. Fund the taxpayers. Fund the people with, that are working people that need the extra money. Just some people are depending on the money just to put some food on their table at this point. There's a lot of people in this country still not able to go back to work. Some companies flat out folded. Some people have lost their job because the company folded. And a lot of people are very sector specific, looking for a sector specific job. It can't go back to that job because that company folded, and they're trying to find, because jobs counts are down. Companies don't have the money. They don't have the money to bring on more employees. That's the problem right now. And it's absolutely, utterly just sickening that let's sneak in this, let's sneak in that. It's all about, it's. I'm so irritated by it. I'm actually speechless. That's how pissed off I am.
yeah. You want to picture? And here's the scenario. Follow me here. Hypothetical. Democrats, have to appoint a new House Speaker. I could tell you 3 people that would really screw us if they got it. Ilhan Omar.
Mm-hmm.
She's too young. She's too new. They will never elect a sophomore candidate.
No.
You can take Omar. You can take AOC. You can take
Tlaib.
Tlaib Rashid off the table.
Okay. Well, see, with how progressive they're getting, with how liberal and progressive they're getting,
Right.
I could see. And the worst one would be if they put AOC.
Right.
Oh God.
Again.
Keep her though.
There are too many people so far up the ladder
Yeah.
that their names wouldn't even get on a ballot.
Right.
I'm thinking if anybody is worth their salt, Marcy Kaptur from District 9 in Ohio here
Marcia Fudge.
would probably be a good. Martha Fudge is a huge racist.
Yeah.
She hates so many white people, it's not even funny.
Well, yeah.
Marcy Kaptur would probably be good if she wanted the job. And the thing is I've never seen her actually rally for the job, let alone be considered.
Tim Ryan.
Here's something. He gave it up.
Oh, he did.
He was a speaker before.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's something interesting. Nancy Pelosi did not run against a Republican in her own district.
She ran unopposed, didn't she?
She did not run unopposed. She ran against another Democrat
Oh,
and lost 21% of the vote. She was not the overwhelming candidate in her own district, in her own party.
Yeah. So what's
That's
that tell you?
Democrats' concern too. She's not the overwhelming choice of her own people.
No.
She ran against another Democrat and did not bring it home. Although she did win almost 80% of the vote. In a situation like that, you don't even want somebody from your own party contesting you, but they did.
Right, because she would have because no matter what, she had to have at least 50% of that vote for it to not to go to a special election later, especially going against your own party. You had to give at least 50%. And there's already one of the races like that now. They're going to have to run off in January. There's already a runoff in January coming up.
I read something where the leading candidate dropped out on election night, said, you know what, I'm out. And so there was 3 candidates, a Republican, a Democrat, and an independent. And I can't remember which one it was. It was a Senate race, and the leading candidate dropped out for whatever reason. So they have to have a runoff because neither of the other 2 candidates
could
got
get
50% of the vote.
Neither of them got 50%. It was like 49-7 and 49-2.
No, it was like it was the other guy.
It was
dropped
low.
out, so it was like 30 and 20, and his votes were like.
Yeah. So you got they're not even getting So exactly. So it's all screwed up. So they're gonna have to run off in January.
Here's what's screwed up. I got to pull this up because
please do.
It's a state thing.
Please do.
Householder.
yeah, I was just about to mention him.
The guy that
Is going to prison.
The Speaker of the House for the state Ohio State House of Representatives
He got
is
caught up
in jail
Yeah.
for fraud and got reelected.
Yep. And he can serve from prison.
He has to actually be like officially removed in order for that to something. Yeah, he's still a state representative.
Yeah. Because you could.
It goes back to the days when the guy from Youngstown,
Jim Trafficant.
Oh, Jim
Trafficant.
Jim Trafficant. Yep.
He got reelected. He got kicked out of Congress.
Yeah.
And they said, "Yeah, well, you could get elected. We've already kicked you out. Go away." There is talk. I've heard this that if this does not, if the trend continues and Joe Biden does become our 46th president, that Donald Trump will run again in 2024, and he could certainly do that. But is that the right move?
No.
Do we want to subject the country to this again? Now we know that from the last 4 years, that here's a guy that is no nonsense, is not a politician, and can certainly get the job done. It's just running through this muck in November that says, if we could get him in the office, that would be great. But getting him in the office, and I don't see the president playing nice for anyone just to get a job, because that's what politicians do. If he could stand up and say, look, you voted me in for 4 years. You voted me out. 4 years, 2016 to 2020. 2019. 2020, we all try to forget that. Good years. 2021 to 2024. Look what happened. I'm your guy. That literally could be his entire campaign speech. Pointing to himself and going, hey, really? But it's one of those things where, do we want to start looking towards the future now, or do we see what Joe Biden actually can and cannot do? Because he's made a lot of promises that we know he can't keep. That's kind of the Democratic thing. I go back to Bill Clinton's biggest guffaw when his thing was, I'm going to let gays in the military. And day one, he tried to do that, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, we're not going to do that. And that's where they came up with Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Right.
Which is about just as bad. All it did was remove the question from the recruiting block that says, are you gay? You don't tell us, we won't ask you. That's that. So campaign promises, I certainly don't see. I want to see what he can and cannot do, because a lot of the things that Barack Obama wanted to do, he couldn't, because he was a lot of hot air. national gun control, national registry. That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Right.
This whole defund the police, how quickly did that go away?
Yeah.
Because they realized, oh, if we defund the police, they'll come to the suburbs and possibly tear up my house. Whoops, that went away. Before we jump off here, the big elephant in the room was how Nancy Pelosi was starting to position the Congress to enact the 25th Amendment.
Right.
To remove an unfit president from office.
Right.
They never said which one. Now,
Right.
they've been saying for 4 years that President Trump is unfit. They couldn't prove it. It's just their opinion. But we know, we have documentation on film of Joe Biden forgetting things, fouling up, sniffing children.
He also
Is
said
this not a play?
2
To
occasions.
say, okay, Joe, we'll let you swear in, and then we're going to put her in.
Yeah. 2 occasions now, Joe Biden said he was running for the U.S. Senate.
Running for Senate, yes, because he forgot which office.
2 occasions. Not once, 2 occasions. 2 different occasions. Well, the second occasion, the first occasion, he never went back on it. The second occasion, he said it. Then he kind of rethought himself. But then he said, oh, yeah, then I ran for this. I was on the vice president candidate for years. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm running for president. And he kind of backtracked because he knew he screwed up when he said it. He caught himself the second time.
Right.
But the first time, he completely, give me a try. I'm running for the U.S. Senate. Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's news to me. Okay, you're going to run for the Senate and you're going to be the president. Okay, great. Yeah. And here's the funny thing, and I've told people this. I tell everybody, hey, I'm a card-carrying Republican. Hands down. I am not going to deny it.
I haven't gotten my card yet.
I have not got my card yet either. But
Everybody says, I love that phrase, card-carrying Republican.
exactly.
I would say, I
Never
would
got
take
a
it, I'm
card.
card-carrying
I never got a
Republican.
card.
I never got my card.
But I will say this. I am a Republican. I voted mostly Republican on my ballot. I think a couple things I voted for Democrat on because I know the Republican and I think they're idiots. They should. They kind of just don't do our party proud at all. I mean, just how I feel about it. So I mean, I will cross the party line every now and then. But in this case, and I don't even dislike Joe Biden. His VP pick, that Kamala Harris, scares the living shit out of me.
Right.
She scares me. And that's the fact, because, with all the talk of, how can we invoke the 25th Amendment, get Biden out of there? I'm telling you, this is what they're planning. And you and I talked about this, Aaron.
Yep.
There's a plan. There is a plan in place. Whether it does happen or not, we'll find out. I don't know.
President Kamala Harris and Vice President, who knows?
Yeah, Vice President, because everyone's like, well, Pelosi's going to get it automatically. No, Pelosi does not get it automatically.
I love schooling liberals. I absolutely love schooling liberals because they jump all over that.
She does not get it automatically.
The process is this. It's much the same as picking a Supreme Court justice.
Exactly. You have to.
President
Kamala would have to pick. Yep.
That will nominate somebody, and then they have to go through that whole vetting process.
Yep.
Much like a Supreme Court
Yeah,
justice.
and it'll go on for a week or two, and then whoever gets it, then they'll get sworn in.
As the Vice
And
President.
remember,
I mean,
we still have a Republican Senate.
yes. So there you
that
go.
could take-
It could take a while because it'll get ugly, and it won't be up to the current class. It'll be up to the next class who comes in January. So
Which we're still waiting on 1 or 2 results.
yeah, we're waiting on results here. So it's going to be a shit show. One thing I was alerted to that Joe Biden is planning on speaking tonight. If it's during the show, I will cut to that audio and we will play it live. If Joe Biden happens to go live tonight, there has been announced that he is planning on making some kind of speech this evening. So we will. If we do get it, we will try to break to it and share it with the world. But in the meantime, we're going to take our first break. And throughout the night, I do have some excerpts of press conferences and things throughout the last couple days between both President Trump and Joe Biden. We will kind of switch back and forth every break. on who we're going to play. And at the end, there's been kind of the very last break of the night, I was able to find a thing that was compiled of a lot of the interesting, sometimes humorous tidbits throughout this election cycle. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And but we're going to be here tonight. We are covering we know this thing probably will not be settled tonight by any stretch, but if anything does come across the wire, we will break it here on the show. So I just want to let everybody know that. So stay tuned. We'll take calls after 8 o'clock. Anyone asking, I know a couple people have asked when we're going to take calls. We'll take calls after 8. We have a lot of things we want to discuss, but right now we're going to go ahead and take our first break, and we'll be back in here in about 6 minutes or so. You're listening and watching Some Kind of Radio Show here live, Facebook Live. We'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned.
Hey, Sweetie Poo. It looks like I'll be running a little late tonight.
Okay.
So anyway, I'll be a little late, okay? Oh, it's okay. I'll miss you too. I can't wait to snuggle. Honey, I got out on time after all. Yeah, meeting got postponed. Turns out we really didn't even need to.
Oh my God.
Put it there!
Sunny side up and oh, fucking shit! You want to know the secret how to get that shit off? Use your fingernails. There you are, motherfucker. Hey, it's your girl Kathy, and I got some brand new shit. You better peep this. My shit don't stick. What are you making, eggs? Or you cooking for robots? Beep, boop, beep. Most people can't stand this sound, but I can listen to it forever. Watch me now. Hey, yep. Do you even lift, bro? Speed bump! Whoa! Look out, Spider-Man! I got that symbiote. Yeah, I bet you want some of that sticky monkey red. Monkey-looking motherfucker. Me? Well, you know I like to keep my monkey hot. Now, don't burn yourself now, because that shit's fire. Then I slide into the plate like, whoa. This is my original recipe, dank chicken nuggies. I have infused this pan with the power of red copper. Hey, you want to see some real shit? This is how I pick up a sandwich. Try that shit at home. I'm saving time and money whipping these eggs, whipping these eggs. Then I drop a mac and cheese bomb on them. Woo! And the kids love it. Hey, the box of a gun 911. That turned out all right. All right, let's send these boys home to mama. Just look at all that sweet sugar caramelizing over these nuts. And it's so easy to clean. Remix. Flip it round and flip it on upside down. Biscuits, you just got served. Breakfast. It's been real, Copper Pan. And you can buy yours today for $19.99. God damn. That's a good deal. Pay an extra $10 and I'll throw in my recipe book for free. And it's built to last.
Hey, that's my fucking pan.
Give me your money, you cheap prick. Fuck it, I'll even throw in the forever sharp copper knife. You know what would go great with this rock? Some tomato.
The Some Kind of Radio Show will be back in a moment.
Hello, Delaware. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
John Carney.
Pardon me?
John Carney.
Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
You are tuned into the Some Kind of Radio Show. Call now at 234-200-5110. Now, back to Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
All right, we're back on Some Kind of Radio Show. Election Decision 2020, that's still happening after 4 days. That was our first clip there.
Here's what call it what it is.
Yeah.
Decision 2021.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That might be when we know the results.
Decision 2022. Let's go a whole year of it. I pulled up a story here that came out today. Friday is today. But even as some have fretted about what might happen if Trump ultimately refuses to commit to a peaceful transfer of power, the Biden campaign seems unperturbed. Quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election," the campaign wrote Friday, adding that the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. We honestly think it's going to come to that. And I'm not being facetious.
No.
We honestly think it's going to come to that. Are we looking at the dawn of a regime change? Because I've said all along, I've been saying this for the better part of maybe 25 years. This is a very young country, one of the youngest on the planet. And we've had democracy for most of our lives. Countries that are much older and much more entranced than we are, and entrenched than we are, have gone through regime changes. They've gone from monarchies to dictatorships to democracies and back. We have not. We have been a constitutional republic since we were founded. We are ripe for change. Is this the dawning of that change? Are we looking at possibly the cusp of someone standing up and saying, this has been the last shit show that we're going to have to go through? This is going to be a dawning of a new, this is the birth of the first galactic empire, said Palpatine. Discuss.
All right. You're right. I think this is definitely setting an example of, here's the thing. We are in 2020. Okay. 2020, and they don't know how to count ballots. And they've been doing this for how long now?
And well, here's the big rub. We need in all 50 states a unified, uniform system of voting.
Oh, I absolutely agree. But it's up to the states on what they do. That's the thing. Because the way it's stated now, the states have the decision and the final say on their voting and election laws. When it comes down to a national election like the presidency, I agree. There should be some kind of uniform process from state to state, especially on a national election. Statewide elections, great. Run them however you want to run them. But on a national process like this, where every state's involved, there should be some kind of uniform way of doing it. Aaron, what's your thought on that?
I think back to a Gabriel Iglesias bit where he said, we can vote as a country on what was that Fox TV show? Not America's Got Talent.
Okay.
The one with the very first one where where people were voting on Kelly Clarkson came from.
Oh, American Idol.
American Idol. We can vote on American Idol with
Easy.
such fervor and passion.
Yeah.
Do it that way. Let's set up 900 number or 900 number. Like those exist anymore. You want to vote for this guy? Press 1. Vote for this guy? Press 2. Other options? Press 3.
Right. And the way you should do it is punch in your social security number. Verify who you are.
Legal to vote in this country.
That's right. Put in your social security number. Vote. No one has to even go anywhere. They just call a number and do it that day. Everyone's got a cell phone.
I've been a proponent for doing it online.
Yeah.
Set up a website. Log in with your credentials, your social, your name, your address, blah blah blah. Verify you are who you are, then vote, and then that's it. There's been the argument to that it's susceptible to cyber attacks. Well, if you write it properly, it won't be. And if you're that paranoid, well, keep in mind just about everything is a cyber attack.
No, right.
Write it properly, encrypt it properly, and then you won't have that problem.
Right. I'll tell you what,
But again,
yeah. Here we are, like I said, here we are in 2020. Do this every 4 years. Matter of fact, we do this every 2 years for a lot of things.
Right.
But we do these national presidential elections every 4 years. You mean to tell me after all this time we can't figure out how to count a damn ballot and do it right? I mean,
well, House and Senate should stay local because you're voting for the representative of your local area. Keep that there.
Absolutely.
But there's only one national office. There's only
Right.
one national office. And that's the office of the president and vice president.
Right.
That is what should be handled nationally.
Right. Right. This
Even set up a different day. You have election day, which is the second Tuesday in November.
Right.
Set up a different day for the presidential election.
Right.
And give it its own day. Give it its own time. Do it all computerized. Want to have some fun? And this is me kind of going off the deep end here. We do it that way, we are basically signing off on Electoral College. Now, I have been a proponent for the Electoral College all my life, and here's why. We do not want the populace of 27 cities in this country in 2020 22 cities in this country. I
Yeah.
did the count before. Voting for who should be.
Right.
We have a population of 250 million people,
Right.
coast to coast. The people in Wyoming have as much say as the people in Orange County, California.
Mhm.
But the Electoral College spreads that out.
Right.
The popular vote is being won in 22 cities. Because the Democrats are going into the urban areas
Yeah.
where they're densely populated and saying vote for me, and those areas are saying okay.
Right.
The Democrats are going to the rural areas and saying vote for me, and they're saying okay.
Right.
When you have these giant rural states like Texas, Texas has pockets of population, but overall, the vast majority of people live out in rattlesnake country.
Right. And then you got this cluster like Dallas Fort Worth area. There's a big cluster of people. Think about how PA's set up right now. You got Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is where all the problem is right now in Pennsylvania.
Right.
A lot of trouble in Philadelphia right now. Philadelphia, they're not letting anybody look. They don't even want anyone anywhere near that site right now.
Right.
Same in Detroit. Detroit, Michigan, same issues.
Detroit, Michigan
no
is-
transparency. None.
Look at the state of Michigan, and you could count there's maybe 2 or 3 counties
Yeah.
that the Democrats won handily. The rest of the state was all Republican.
Oh, exactly.
And that's how we're looking at this dichotomy here of a split in
All right. It looks like Joe Biden's getting ready to speak here. As soon as we have it, I will pull it up. But I'm looking at the news outlets right now, and right now it's looking to be that Tony's asleep. And Tony, you with me there, buddy? Tony.
Yeah.
Hey, okay. We got
that's
Tony.
because that's because I'm not there to punch him in the arm.
Yeah. That's because it's been you two back and forth pretty much, and
I'm waiting on you to jump in any time there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm listening and I'm on.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm here, I'm gone.
It's like watching CNN in the middle of the night and they're yawning. I had seen.
I've heard where some of those people have gotten like 6 hours of sleep this week.
Yeah.
Total.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will give props to who is it does the big board on CNN. That's what's his name?
I wasn't watching CNN.
But I will give him big props. What is his damn name?
I don't watch CNN. So
I don't watch.
know.
I don't trust CNN, but I will give CNN credit. They do have good election coverage. I will give that. That's where I will. I'll give them all the credit in the world on
Why am
election
I stuck watching Fox then?
Because
see, the thing is,
because I don't have CNN. I can't get CNN on this thing.
Oh,
Michelle was watching CNN.
But I'd rather watch Fox News.
In
but,
the other room.
Yeah.
I was watching Fox News in here, and I can tell you that the big board coverage, big board coverage is quite comparable. I mean, when you're talking about, drilling down the raw numbers, drilling down the data, that you really can't screw that up. You can't look at numbers and go, I can make this up. I mean, you have to stay up and really study. How do you know where Allegheny County is in Pennsylvania? I don't fucking know where Allegheny County is, and it's right next door.
What I'm supposed to, what I did find out, and this is just this is a press release right now. Joe Biden's is to speak to the nation at 8 p.m. So if he comes on at 8, we'll go to break at 8. But if for something happens and he he ain't going to be on time. So if he does start talking during the break, I will break away and get us set there to cover Joe Biden speaking to the nation here. But right now, I do have it ready to go if Joe Biden does go on. But he'll probably come on. You know how politicians are. He'll probably come on about 5 or 7 after 8.
Yeah.
If not longer, it could be 10 after 8. But you know how politicians are. They'll come out when they feel like it.
Yeah.
And whenever he
So-
does speak to the nation, we will cover it live here on some kind of radio show, just for everybody.
So what do we think he's going to say? What do you think he's going? What do we? Think
I
he's
bet
gonna
he's
talk
going. I'm wondering if he's going to come out and declare victory tonight.
He probably is. Fox News
I-
alert. Oh.
You know,
Alito
unless
mandates
somebody
all PA
unless
ballots
somebody
received
calls.
after 8 p.m. Tuesday be segregated and secured. Justice Alito.
Justice Alito has mandated that all the ballots that came in after 8 p.m. on Tuesday will be segregated
And secured.
And secured. So, okay. So there's your first step in right there, which we knew was going to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Tony, what do you think? You think he's going to come on here and say it's over?
Yeah, he's going to declare
You
victory.
think he's going to declare victory, or is
Yeah,
he gonna,
and Trump's never going to.
or is he going to stick with the line of, hey, we're still waiting, but we look good?
No, I think he's
Go ahead, Aaron.
I think he's about ready to
I-
declare victory.
Go on, Tony, you go first.
I
Because
think
I'm gonna refute you.
Okay, I think he's going to come out and declare victory because you're going to look at some of these totals like I'm looking on the screen, plus 36,000 in Arizona, plus 22 in Nevada, plus 19 in PA, and you know those are all big electorate. I mean, okay, Trump's going to get three in Alaska, 15 in North Carolina, and then Georgia's still too close to call at 3,900. But the rest of them are high enough that I think he's going to come out and declare victory. I think Biden's, or at least his people, are going to feel confident enough, and they're going to say, "Go out there and go ahead and declare victory." And and it's just with that, I mean, that's what I think. I think now he's just okay. 3 days have went by. The stuff's going to go through the courts and everything, and they're going to declare. I'll have enough because he needs 6 electoral votes to get to 270. I mean, if he can just win Nevada, if they say they just declared Nevada, he's at 270.
He wins any of these states. Any of these states, he's in.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's done. Here's where that's not going to happen. Okay. Tuesday night, the president went on the air from the East Wing and said, quote, "As far as I'm concerned, we won this election," unquote. That's verbatim what he said.
Yep.
I'm taking it out of context, but that's what people are focusing on. As far as I'm concerned, we won this election. Everybody lost their, they went nuts. He's declaring victory long before we have any clue. This is before Arizona fell. This is before Wisconsin fell. This is before Michigan fell. Long before. If Biden listens to his, one of Donald Trump's hallmarks is he doesn't listen to his people. People
No.
say, "This is what we need you to say." Okay, I'll say this, and then goes off and does his own thing.
Yeah.
He's Donald Trump. Joe Biden follows the script as long as he can read the big words.
Yep.
Okay. Anything over 3 syllables and he has problems. But that's Joe Biden. If he's listening to his people are saying, don't play into the president's hand. If he's going to say that, if he's going to say anything, it's probably going to be along the lines of, look, this is a long drawn out process. We've never done this before. We've done mail-in ballots for the first time on this type of scale. I think he's going to repeat a lot of what he did. I think he's going to try to refute a lot of what the president is saying. The president wants the ballots out in the courts. It's not up to the courts. It's up to the American people. He's really going to try to play the man of the people card. I don't think we're going to get any new information.
No.
I think this is just posturing to say, look, the president has been spewing off at the mouth for almost consistently for the last 72 hours. You need to hear from me again because you really haven't heard a whole lot from me since Tuesday night. That's my take. I could be wrong, but that's never happened. So,
Right. Well, no, that's never happened. That's never, ever, ever happened.
never happened. Not in the history of this show.
Never, never, ever in a million years.
Yeah, I mean it's so
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
so
I
close. I mean, Arizona's got 93% of their people in, but it's only 1.5% leaning towards Biden. So, I mean, anything can happen in Arizona, and it's
Arizona is a seesaw battle because again, you have some outlets that are saying Biden's already won Arizona, and you have others that are saying, well, let's just wait and see what happens. I'm like, I've always wondered, and we're going to go back to Tuesday night. There were states that were called, there were races that were called where none of the votes were in. None. I mean, I remember seeing slates where the vote count was 0-0 with 0% reporting, but we're going to call it for this candidate. Calling it based on what they're saying is their analysis and their exit interviews. Folks, do you really think you've never been lied to before? You think that people are trusting pollsters anymore?
No.
Because pollsters have continuously gotten it wrong year over year over year. I'll tell you what, if a pollster calls me, I'm having fun. And heaven help you if I haven't managed to record it because it's going on the show.
Right.
I wouldn't tell a pollster the truth to save my life. Be honest with you. Why? I have nothing to gain. So your exit interviews mean squat. The vote. So don't sit here and tell me with 0 votes counting that this guy won. That's just asinine.
Right. You're not wrong.
No, you're not.
You're not wrong there. That's for sure. And that's the thing. And you hear all the talk about how the pollsters got it wrong, and there's a lot of talk with, is this polling industry over? Is it done? Well, if you don't have accurate polls, how are you going to have accurate? But yeah, like you said, Aaron, here in 2020, people don't want to be bothered with that shit because you get so much, basically spam phone calls and these days anyway, and it's no one wants to.
Or the
deal with it.
robocall.
No one wants to deal with that shit. I mean,
Or the robo texts.
oh, those are the worst.
Oh, those are fun.
Don't.
Well, a robotext you could just. I had a moment in time this morning where my phone was down for a few hours, and I was like, God, it's peaceful. I haven't gotten a robocall all morning. What's going on?
Right.
And then I turned my phone back on. And I was like, oh, there they are. All my robocalls. They're huge.
Huge, bigly huge.
They're huge. They're from China. Oh man, we have way too much fun with this.
Here, may I, if you don't mind?
No.
Too bad. I'm gonna do it anyway.
And why bother asking?
Because I was trying to be polite. So.
Really?
Yes.
That's a first.
Breaking news.
I always try to be polite. Anyway, when you were talking about those robocalls, I can personally attest to the disgusting level that they'll take to call you. I had the one day, and I actually sat there and counted on my phone the number of calls that I ignored, answered, or got text messages from. I had over 168 either calls, messages, text messages, instant messages. They are ridiculous. And nor can you block them either, because if you try blocking them, they use another number, and they keep calling you, and they keep texting you, and they keep robo-messaging you. They need to create a law to stop that, because that is like technically telecommunications harassment, because if you don't want to speak to them, you shouldn't have to be bothered by
Victoria, you could be able to get rid of all of those one simple act. You need to take your OnlyFans page down.
Ah, ha, 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 you're funny. I don't have one.
Oh, good. You took it down. Outstanding. Oh, mine. Nobody looks at mine. You think people want to see this?
Maybe it's got horny housewives that have no life.
Ooh.
You're done.
Oh my God. Okay, can we just get back on topic here?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That is a wonderful idea.
Let's get back on topic here.
So we're still in the precipice. Like I said, we saw what happened here on in 2000 with the whole Gore Bush debacle, and as I mentioned, we're going to see it again, only on a completely larger scale. But what happens next? We have to look at a country that is still ridiculously divided. We see it on social media a lot. We see it out in the streets a lot. People are fighting each other over this. I mean, coming to fists over this. When can we get back to a time where, you know, even if we had sociological differences, that, you know, we could even treat each other with any sort of dignity or respect despite that. That's gone. That's gone because there are too many people in this society that are completely entrenched in their political beliefs that I've lost count on the unfriend me now posts. You know, and
Right.
where do we draw the I'm not where do we draw the line? When did we cross them? How far past the line have we gone? Can we get back to the other side? Discuss. If Tony would wake up.
I am.
Oh, there we go. Here he is.
So
Earl is busy looking stuff up.
Earl's just getting things ready here to switch over. That's all. Earl's getting things ready to switch over to live. So
who is running the projector here?
He's running the projector. What are your thoughts on that, Tony?
No, I'm reading what the Fox News is saying. Yeah, real liberals wouldn't want to silence dissent. Yeah, it's like we're getting are the conservative Democrats. No. And then to read Facebook, it's like everybody that's on there, it's like as of like a day and a half ago, declaring victory and and it's just like, you know, he is your president, and then I went on there and I put on our good friend Brett. He actually deleted my comment. I think I actually got to him. I put on there. I said, "Hey, you guys survived 4 years of Trump. I could survive 4 years of jerk off Joe and cunt Kamala Harris."
Right.
Kuntmala Harris.
Right.
Right.
And he was like, no. He's like, you don't call the. He's like they're going to be your president. You don't call them outside of their name. I'm like, I was like, well, you were doing that to Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, but Trump wasn't fit to be president. These people are.
Here's the difference between the conservative reaction and the liberal reaction. Now, there are extremes on each side.
Yeah,
I will acknowledge that. And I'm not going to touch the extremes on each side, okay? Because the extremes are a whole different breed of you had to have been dropped a lot as a child. Liberals, on a large scale, lost their minds. And the whole not my president routine went way too far.
Yeah.
We went through 8 years of a non-resident giving away our money to ISIS.
Yep.
Practically defunding the police, insinuating race relations into oblivion, just completely devastating this country. We waited. Okay? I cannot think of a single Republican that I know of
right.
that said, not my president.
We're gonna get folks calling in. I know a couple of people are calling in. We're not taking calls right now. We're waiting to go over to Joe Biden, who's going to be live here momentarily, guys. So we are going to just stand by and wait because we want to go to that coverage is the second that it comes up. So we're just waiting on the coverage to kick in. So. The minute we get the coverage, we're actually foregoing our break right now that we would normally be taking. But as soon as we get the coverage, we will go live to where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are set to speak, and we will go to that live here on the show. So, guys, please be patient. We want to make sure we cover this and get this out there for everybody. We want to make sure we have it for everybody because that's what we do here on this program is when we do have late breaking news, we do want to cover it and we want to have it available for everybody. So right now we're still waiting, and the minute we get them, we will get on the air for everybody here, and we'll switch it over and as soon as I get the notification that they are on, we will switch our audio over to That and this will be courtesy of Fox News, who will be bringing us the coverage. I will switch it over, and we will definitely be listening to what's going on and see what they have to say, because this is news. This is stuff that's happening live. I mean, this is kind of not like, you know, what we'll be doing once Back Alley Radio begins. You know, a good segue there. Little shameless plug for Back Alley Radio when we get that started here. We will cover a live event such as that.
There's a Friday goes by, we don't have a shameless plug for BAR.
That's it. That's it. We have to have a shameless plug for BLA. That's what we do. But right
BLA? What?
Blah.
Get the letters right.
BAR. Right now
BAR.
we're BLA right now. Blah. Blah.
Well, as we're waiting for
we're waiting.
Joe to get up from his nap. And,
As soon as Joe's done napping,
get him to say something.
we will play
Again,
the Biden press conference or speech or whatever it's going to be.
As I was mentioning here, you know, if we have to endure a term with Joe and Kamala, then fine, we have to, because nothing else, we will persevere. There's going to be some changes that we're not going to like. You know, we're going to see an uptick in taxes. We're going to see an uptick in crime. We're going to see an uptick in legal immigration. We're going to see an uptick in things that we really don't want to see an uptick in. And we're going to hope against hope that when 2024 comes around, that we can, you know, undo whatever damage is done here. But we're going to take it because we took it before, and we'll take it again. I think back to 2016 and all the riots and the looting and all the burning and all the hate and spew and venom. And the worst part is that hate and spew and venom went on for 4 years.
Right.
Even even at the highest level. You know, we had in 2018 when we had the squad got their seats in Congress. I think it was Tlaib was the one who said, "We're going to impeach the motherfucker." Really?
Right.
Did you just you got a seat in Congress just so you could try to impeach the president?
Right.
That's good stuff. And you're using your platform to spread messages of hate, because let's face it, she's completely anti-Jew.
Right.
Has been, always will. So that's the kind of hate that we've had to deal with from the other side. So that's it. And the fun thing is that you had a laundry list of celebrities who said that if Trump get reelected, I'm moving to, you know, wherever else. I'm leaving the country. I'm gone. I'm gonna. One said he's going to Austria, another says Australia, some to Canada. Rosie O'Donnell is still here. I don't know why. And I have yet to hear from anybody that has said, you know, if Biden wins, I'm leaving the country. Now I'm going to go back. Wake up, Tony. I'm going to go back, and you know, I hate having to bring this up a lot, but I'm just going to lay the groundwork here. I didn't serve this country to leave it just because stuff has happened. I am sick to my stomach that this is what the election process has come to. It maddens me that we as a society can't peacefully and wholeheartedly agree on who we should select to run this country. But I'm not going to run off. Now, if I win the lottery and retire, I will probably buy property in Scotland because I wanted to.
Right.
But I'm not one of these that says, you know, if we're going to be led by XYZ, then I'm just going to leave the country. That's how you feel. It's off.
Right.
Why? It's really simple. You buy a one-way plane ticket, you don't come back.
Right.
Because they have televisions and movies in other countries. Good luck. Have fun.
Right.
But don't let the door hit you on the way out. Or actually go ahead and let you hit you on the way out. You could use a second crack.
Yeah, just give you a little whack in the crack there. Absolutely. Can't say I disagree.
A little whack in the crack.
A little whack in the crack.
Is that how Tony did you last night?
Not like that.
No.
Oh, hey, Tony, by the way.
What?
There you go. There you go.
He can't see
right
it.
There.
He can't see it.
Right there.
I can't see
You
it.
can't see it.
No, because I don't have the. I actually have the TV actually on TV tonight. I don't have it as a. We're not set up as a monitor.
Well,
he's got it. He's got his LA. He's got his LA World Champions shirt.
I got my LA Championship shirt the other day.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Normally he would see it, but we are running
Dodgers or Lakers?
Dodgers.
Really?
Well, I don't know.
As long as we've known each other, how much do I care about basketball?
I don't know. You said LA World Champion.
Wow.
And they were both world champions.
You know what? I've never said this on the air. Tony, go back. Just go back. You think you need the rest. LA Dodgers or Lakers. For as much as I spew venom about LeBron James, what did you
Well, knowing I'm a Celtics fan, you know.
I even know this, and I don't pay attention all the time.
Knowing I'm a Celtics fan, I have a lot of people that have rubbed it in that the Lakers won.
Right.
Although they're still one away from being the Celtics because Los Angeles has 17, Boston's got 18.
You know what? The Timberwolves could win. I could care less.
Yeah.
I don't care for the Harlem
we both know that.
One. You get
Yeah.
I could give a rat's ass.
Yeah, we both know that ain't going to happen as far as the
Right.
I love how basketball teams move but keep the names.
Yeah.
Like the Lakers used to be the Minneapolis Lakers.
Yes.
There's the Lakes in Minnesota. They moved to LA.
The Utah Jazz.
The Utah Jazz used to be the New Orleans Jazz, but they moved to Utah where there are no black people. So
Yeah.
you know, they move but they keep the names, and it's very confusing.
I just learned something new. I didn't know that.
You learn something new.
Stick around. We'll teach you all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are still waiting on coverage. Why don't we go ahead and take?
You are surprised that Biden is late for his own press conference. Come on.
I'm not surprised. Why would I be surprised? I told you, I said we'll probably be like 8:15 before he comes out, and it's like 8 o'clock now. But we'll just stick with it. Let's just stick with it because then we can take a break afterwards. But Biden is supposed to be on at 8 o'clock, but
it's like our own version of the stunt. We're going to stay on as long as we have to until Biden shows up.
Yeah, that's it. But it could be any time. I'm just waiting for the. See how I know they're really not there yet because the stream hasn't picked up a video yet. It's still it's still waiting for Fox News. So we are going to be carrying this courtesy of Fox News because that's how we get our feeds right now. It's we're just the picture they got of Biden and Kamala there. They both have their mask on, which is nice. But I didn't run a mask photo. I don't think. I think I ran a regular photo of them. I think. Let me see what I did run. I'll get a look real quick. Let me see what photo I put up for them. I gotta see. Oh no, it's their mask photo. Okay, I'm running their mask photo too. Running a really nice little mask photo. But whenever he does come on, we will switch to that coverage here shortly. In the meantime, where are we at with everything here? Okay, let's go ahead and let's take the break because I'm sure he's going to be late. And if he does come on during the break, we'll just come on out of it and go right to it. So let's take our break and we'll be right back. And those of you waiting to call in, please stand by. We're going to play the press conference or speech first before we take calls. So everyone, please bear with us. Some Kind of Radio Show. We'll be right back.
Didn't see you there. Me and my buddy here have been expecting you. My sticky buddy, Sully here with the... Oh, excuse me, I've got some pussy hair on me. Check that shit out. It's a sticky roller designed to clean up any mess. Poodles, pussies, people, you name it. Use it as a back scratcher. You can rinse it off, dry it off, jerk it off. I don't care what you do with it or where the hair even came from. Silks, suedes, swag. Ladies, I don't care how smelly or hairy your carpets are. My rubber fingers get in there deep. Just rinse it off for a nice beverage. Wipe it off. Oh, there we are. Do all kinds of shit with it. Aren't you tired of ripping your hair out because you're trying to drive and the kids are making a fucking mess? You'll be making so much money, it pays itself off. Ooh, precious food. Ooh, that's good. Thanks, buddy. Everybody has an evil cat or an annoying dog. Use it to groom them, or even yourself.
That's what I'm talking about. Wow!
Normally, a sticky is $20, but a sticky buddy is only $10.99. You'll also get a cover. You gotta use protection. Even if it's a quickie, wrap that sticky. Stop rolling up your money with those old lint rollers. The fuck is wrong with you? Check out the suggestively sized sticky buddy. You're gonna want to stroke it, but not too much. It'll make a mess. Hide it in your purse. 007, leave it somewhere as a pleasant surprise. And like I said before, I have magic rubber fingers that get deep into your hairy cracks. Get some buddies for just $10.99. But wait, there's more. If you have jumbo-sized pubes, we got a jumbo-sized sticky bunny. Who let Spider-Man in the house? The cat's flipping turds everywhere. Who keeps flicking their boogers under the bed? But you know what? The hair that you find is yours to do with as you please. Why not make a toupee? Or break out the turbo snake? All of these guys will be your buddies with their rubber fingers for just $10.99. Ask about free shipping. Now get out of my house. Isn't that right, Mr. Wuss Wuss?
If you're dumb enough to buy a new car this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deals. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're going to find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right. We'll fuck your wife. Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell, home of challenge pissing. That's right. Challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
The Some Kind of Radio Show will be back in a moment.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
You are tuned into the Some Kind of Radio Show. Call now at 234-200-5110. Now, back to Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
All right, we're back on Some Kind of Radio Show 823. Again, please do not call in at this time. We are not going to take calls yet. We are still waiting on former Vice President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to come on. Waiting, it could be any time now. So when we do, we will break away to that and cover that news conference. So, anyway, I was listening back to Donald Trump speak from the other night at about 2:30 in the morning. That was Tuesday night that we just played. He was up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania at one point. Now there's a deficit. Is there a latest set of numbers there, Aaron, that you can see? I don't have them in front of me. I don't know if there's a...
I've got him here. He is... I'm going in glasses. I'm going to say he's trailing by about 22,000 votes.
So you went from 690,000 up to 22,000 down. All with mail-in ballots. Unbelievable. Whew. Unbelievable. I mean, he's been preaching it for months, this mail-in ballot thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to it to an extent, but thing is, when you have the chance to mail in your ballot weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ahead of time. What was the earliest ever accepted mail-in ballots, Aaron? When was the earliest that was all starting?
That started.
And that was before
the first week of October.
First week of October. So there was still debates happening. To mail in your ballot. Turn down the audio. There we go. All right. So yeah. Anyway, you mail in your ballots before there was even a second debate. Debates, a lot of people make their decisions based on debates. Yes, was that first debate a debacle? Oh, big time. Big time. The second debate, which was supposed to have been originally the third debate, was very well done, very well organized, and very civil, and it felt like a debate. That second debate felt so much more like a real legitimate debate. That first thing was just a disaster. It was an absolute travesty of a debate. But you've really, a lot of people make their decisions based on debates, and they based it on that first debate because that's all they had at that point. Then, President Donald Trump contracted COVID-19 immediately following that first debate, which the Commission of Presidential Debates said, we're going to do a virtual debate. So and they're like, Trump's like, no, if we can't do it for real, I'm not doing it.
Either that or we're not going back to Cleveland.
Yeah, right. So they did these competing town halls. Remember the town halls? Remember how shitty Savannah Guthrie got with Trump during that town hall meeting versus what George Stephanopoulos was like? It was just such a foo-foo, light, just relaxed environment. But no, let's just... Yeah. So tell me, the media isn't biased. Someone told me today, and I quote you, I had a guy tell me today, we got into a discussion about the media, and the guy goes, the media is biased as could be. They don't care one way or the other. Bullshit. What media are you watching these days? We don't have Walter Cronkite anymore, who was down the middle and fair and unbiased. Today's media, you bet your ass they're biased. You have CNN, which is one of the most liberal organizations you'll ever meet, ever see. Fox, they're more on the conservative side of things. You wouldn't know it with the coverage this last few days, though. You really wouldn't. I mean, I for a minute when I was watching Fox News, I kid you not, I thought I was watching CNN.
Fox was trying to go back to the days of fair and balanced. When I was watching Fox,
yeah,
I was watching a couple of people who were staunch conservative,
yeah,
drinking the Republican Kool-Aid,
yeah,
and staunch liberal drinking Democrat.
Right.
They were just trying to say, hey, well, we're not going to be, the conservative rail. We're not going to go down the path.
Right.
We're going to have, both sides. It's just going to be. There's not going to be any purple. It's going to be just strictly red and strictly blue.
Yeah.
And we're just going to argue back and forth.
Right. There was a lot of blue talk though on from Fox News this last couple of days. Quite a bit.
A little bit. Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit, which really surprised me.
The thing is that I've learned over the course of the last few years, is that these networks, cable and over-the-air networks,
Yeah.
CBS, ABC, NBC, the whole 9 yards, they're all corporately owned now.
Yes.
Okay, they're not privately owned. Back when you could name the owner of a particular network,
Right.
Like CNN was owned by Ted Turner. Now it's owned by Warner. Disney was owned by the Walt Disney estate. Now it's owned by it's a corporate conglomeration.
Right.
You're going to get the most unbiased. I'm not saying completely unbiased, but the most unbiased out of publicly funded outlets, NPR, PBS, things like that, where they don't have a corporate conglomeration over their head saying, This is the story I want you to report on. I want you to report on it this way. This stuff over here that's happening over here, just ignore that.
Right.
The hooked ballads, the magically appearing, ballads, that didn't really happen. Don't even mention it. If anybody brings that up, ask a different question. Do something different. Corporations have agendas, and we've seen this happen. The public outlets answer to the public because that's where they get their funding from. They get their funding from donations and government grants. Let's not kid ourselves. I've listened to NPR. I've watched PBS, and they're not going to slant it one way or the other. They're just going to give you the facts.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that's the thing. They are. Looks like they're getting ready to kick in, but not quite yet. I will, again, we will break away whenever we do get the start of a press conference. Oh my goodness.
At some point in time.
At some point in time tonight. I was really surprised with my my post from the other day that I didn't get flagged for a partly false set of information when I shared what was shared about the but I didn't get nothing. No, they never said a word to me.
Right.
You know, because guess what? I was dead right.
Because they're too busy. They're too busy censoring everything that comes out of the president's account.
Right.
Every single post has an asterisk on it.
Every one of them.
single one.
They even did it. I was watching here. I was even watching just Fox News. Just I got it on the TV just to my right here, off screen, and Tucker Carlson made a post about something, and they censored him.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson. I watched him for the first time because I watched him Wednesday night. I was hoping to see, hey,
Yeah.
let's watch some more election news because that doesn't get boring.
Right.
And I was watching him. He's funny.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I actually enjoy him.
He's actually pretty funny.
He's
the
very
one-
entertaining.
Oh, this is what I wanted to bring up because the last bit from the president that you
Yes.
talked about.
Yes.
Talked about how he won Florida and how he won Texas.
Yes.
The last 4 years, all
Yes.
we've heard from the left is, I hate Donald Trump.
Yep.
Why? He's a racist.
Yep.
Donald Trump's a racist. Why did more people of color, blacks, Hispanics, why did more people of color vote
He got
for him
he got the Hispanic vote.
than did Hillary last time around?
Yeah. He got the Hispanic
Tell me
vote.
that. He got the Hispanic vote. He got the black vote. How did that happen if he's such a massive racist?
Yeah. I'm not following that one either. I mean, if people really thought that, the state would have gone blue,
Yeah,
hands down.
but they didn't.
And then you got Texas, who's historically a Republican state. You think about all the Mexicans down there. You think about that. You think about
They were talking about how there were truly some of the most Hispanic counties in the country.
Yeah.
In southern Texas.
In southern Texas.
that have genuinely voted Democrat.
Yes.
A huge number, 75, 80, 85%.
Right.
Voted for Trump by 5-10%. That's a huge swing.
That's a huge swing.
Yeah.
I mean, he barely eked it out, but he eked it out. And he said, and they said, we think this is the guy.
Yeah.
So, there's power to that. There's power to a lot of what's going on here.
Right.
To say that, even though that there's shenanigans going on, and we all know that there's shenanigans going on, there's power to the fact that there's a lot of people who are fed up with the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And everything that goes on with them.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, I know a lot of people that are, that do the whole Trump's a racist, a xenophobe, a this or that or the other, and I'm just like, okay, I'm like, cite me examples. Well, he just is. How so? Well, he just is. You're a racist, and that's all I can get from him.
Because they don't have an argument. There's no argument. It's just, he's this, he's that. Okay, but
circular logic. I laugh at circular logic. I laugh when people use circular logic.
Yeah, they want to.
He's a racist. Why is he a racist? Because he is. That doesn't work. A does not equal A in this mathematics here.
Right.
No.
Yeah, I don't get it.
And I'm like, okay, well, how come he's he's getting a lot more black, a lot more minority, a lot more Hispanic, a lot more this vote. Black unemployment and Hispanic unemployment's like way down.
Way
under
down.
him, way down.
Way down.
Way down.
And I'm just like, I don't get it. I'm like, okay, you guys, I kept on seeing beginning of this year, blue no matter who. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
So
I see. Yeah, I know what you're talking about there, Tony. Yeah.
And, because it wasn't Biden got the votes. It was anybody but Trump got the vote.
Right.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, so Satan or Hitler would have been running against Trump. You would have voted. Well, yeah, anybody would have been better than Trump.
Satan or Hitler. Yeah, great comparisons, and people don't care.
And I'm like, well, Trump's like Hitler. And
How
I'm
is he like Hitler?
And I said, and I'm like, everything the Democrats are doing is what was Hitler like. They want to take away your weapons.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they want to ban assault-style weapons, and to them, anything that doesn't look like a rifle is an assault-style weapon. And, okay, well, we need everybody to register your gun. Okay, I bought my gun here. that was enough. And okay, and then a lot of them don't want you to be able to carry it. And and you look at here, and it's just like, okay, someone had Did you remember the story I told you when the guy with the clipboard walked in from my outside patio door and knocked on my inside door?
Yeah, I remember you telling me about.
Did I ever tell you the story, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, of where the guy walked into my outside door onto my inside door and knocked, and when I opened up my door, I had my weapon pointed at him, and I had people on Facebook telling me that I should have been charged. I'm like, no.
How should you have been charged? He entered your home.
Yeah, he entered my home unwelcomely. I'm like,
I've been to your house. I know how your porch is laid out.
Yeah.
That's entering your home.
Yeah, once you enter my outside door, you're inside my home.
Yeah.
So, they're like, well, you always answer your doors.
That's exactly what they sounded like that.
And I tell them, I'm like,
Here's the problem with gun laws. And I'm sick and tired of the whole gun control thing because it's the Democrats. One of the Democrats' trump cards right there. We need more gun control. We need more gun control. What fucking criminal is going to abide by gun control laws?
They're not.
They're not, because they're criminals. They don't give a shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sit here and you talk about registry. You talk about gun bans. You talk about ammo bans. You talk about the the bigger clips and things like that. The person who's coming to your home to rob you and murder your family doesn't give a shit about what laws the Democrats are putting in.
Don't care what any laws. That's
Why
why they're criminals.
should we?
Right.
The Second Amendment simply says we have the right to bear arms. It doesn't come with a goddamn asterisk.
No.
Man law.
I told somebody had asked me about, they're like, would you answer your door and point a gun at somebody every time they walk in? Not when I'm expecting them. But when I'm not expecting them.
Not to mention the fact they entered your door. I mean, if they come to your outer door and knock, yeah, okay, whatever. But they were inside your home. Because like I said, I've been to your house, Tony.
Yeah, you've been to my house.
I know how it is. You go in through your front door, then you enter your house. But the way you're in your patio, that's inside your home. Your porch is completely closed in.
Yeah, it's enclosed, and I have two.
It's enclosed patio. That's entering your home at that point.
And I have two front doors.
Yeah, you have your outer front door, then your inner front door.
Yeah.
But that's entering inside.
Besides, I've watched James Bond movies. There's about 13 ways you can kill somebody with a clipboard. He had a deadly weapon.
Yeah. I mean, I do anytime, even day or night, anytime that I answer my door, even my outside front door, I have my gun in my hand, and it's loaded and it's ready.
So is his cock. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
He's going to walk to the door with a boner with his cock in his head. Hey, you want to see what I bring to the party?
Yeah.
You entered my house? Hey, you're hot. Come on in.
I hope you're not answering in your weighty.
There's Secret Asian Ben has entered the...
Enter the fray.
Enter the fray. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Just listening.
Listening, you watching. You
don't have a... Watching, listening to this, watching the news,
Yeah.
Because anything I say, I feel like, it gets shut down. I'd
say it. Go ahead, buddy.
Had a not a screaming match, but had a, disagreement today at work with, some people. So it's just.
Well, right now, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
No. I'm good. I'll eat my popcorn and listen.
He's got his popcorn.
Hey, Ben. How's your nipple?
Yeah.
How is your nipple today, Ben?
Have you manscaped the remainder of the damage off your chest?
No, I actually did not.
He saved it. He saved it.
I only. Huh?
He saved what he had and he kept it all.
Guys, Bella wants to say hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hey, before we go off the air too, it's your son's birthday, right?
Yes, it is.
I got him a gift.
Yeah. Is it boobs? Nice, the Bloodhound Gang. Oh,
I'm gonna tell them, hey,
geez.
it's a group I like.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be like, look at the name of the album.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're a 17-year-old boy. You should be all about listening to the CD.
Yeah.
It's called Hooray for Boobies.
He likes boobies.
And 1 year, you know where we got to take him in a year from now when he turns 18?
What's that?
Hooters.
Hooters. As long as they got chicken fingers, he'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Did you say he gets
never
to
been to the Hooters.
Did you say he gets to finger a chicken?
Ooh,
if you
he
want.
might-
Ben, you've never been to a Hooters.
No, I have not.
You
Oh,
haven't-
Ben.
Oh, Ben, you're missing out.
You're
let me
missing
tell you.
out, buddy. I've been to a couple of them. They're a lot of fun.
I mean,
Where is there one around here?
Columbus is probably the closest one now because there used to be one in the Flats. That's gone.
Yeah, gone.
And then there used to be one in Mentor.
Gone.
That's gone.
Yep.
And there used to be one in Niles. That's gone.
Yeah.
Mentor and Niles, the community kind of threw them out a little bit
Yeah.
because they wouldn't hire small boob girls is exactly why they threw them out.
Yeah.
Now, the one in the Flats, obviously, you know, they got strip bars up there. So,
Yeah.
But that one just, you know, Hooters in the Flats just didn't.
It just wasn't a good mix.
It just wasn't a good mix there. Now, if
Yeah.
it was Brook Park Road,
Yeah.
that would have been fine.
That'd be a different thing. Yeah.
But in order to have to go into the Flats to get it,
Yeah.
that was the problem.
Go to the Hooters website. The closest one is in Toledo.
Oh.
They don't have
Truly-
one in Columbus?
Thanks.
No, Toledo.
Toledo and Troy.
Toledo and Troy.
Troy, Michigan.
Road trip.
Okay, well, Toledo's an hour.
Road trip.
Toledo's an hour and a half away from here, like
Toledo's not bad.
Columbus is.
Yeah, Toledo's not bad.
Yeah, because Toledo and Columbus are.
Tell you, theirs is very nice there too, because I've been to that one.
Yeah, because I remember. The last one I had went to was a couple years ago when I went to my sister's. Coming back up on Labor Day, I stopped there for lunch on the way back up in Beckley, West Virginia. Because I happened to cross. It was about 11 o'clock when I came, but when I crossed into West Virginia, leaving my sister's, and lunchtime I had to pull off and get gas. What's right next door opens at 11 a.m. So had to stop and ask them if they're quality chicken wings.
Yeah. All right, now
I even searched specifically for Columbus, Ohio, and there is none. So the closest is going to be Toledo.
Yeah, I can handle.
Road trip.
Show trip.
I want to kind of touch on this too, because there was just the way this, and this is kind of switching the subject here, guys. Going back to the topic at hand, the way things are looking. Let's just face facts. Honestly, it's looking like we're going to see a President Joe Biden here in 2021. Okay.
Do we have an estimated count right now?
No, not right this second.
It's still 264 to 214.
Yeah, no difference. But here's what a question I want to throw out to you guys. What would you guys think Joe Biden would do differently, if anything, to handle the coronavirus? Your thoughts, guys.
A mask mandate everywhere.
I bet you're right.
I think he would try, but I don't think it would actually succeed.
I'm actually going to agree with Aaron on this one.
Yeah.
Because there's so much pushback.
Yes, there's a shit ton of pushback
everywhere. In regards to, are they effective? Are they not effective?
Right.
Is it infringing on my rights? Is it not?
Right.
Do we go into lockdown? Do we not go into lockdown? Every state is handling this differently. He tries to jump in and say, okay, well, we're going to do this on a national level. You have to be able to enforce it on a national level.
Yes, you do.
And I don't believe he has anybody, even if Donald Trump wanted to say, okay, well, everybody's gonna mask up. I don't think that on a national level we have the ability to enforce that.
No, we do
Come
not.
down on a local level, and even local law enforcement has the ability to say, well, that's all good and well, but popular sovereignty.
The police don't want it. The police don't want to enforce it anyway. They got enough to deal with.
Yeah.
Right.
They got enough to deal with. Other, they're not out to play the mass police. That's for sure. I mean, I've talked to a few cops I know. They're not out to play mass police. They like, what? We got bigger fish to fry. We're not going to sit there and ticket people just because they're not wearing a mask. I had a guy walk into the bowling center the other day and he didn't have his mask on. I had two of the bowlers in my league bowling. Hey, aren't you going to get on that guy? I'm like, I can't legally say anything to him. I'm not allowed to. I can. All we can do is say, hey, I can point to the sign. Other than that, if they don't put it on, I can't say a word to them because you have to assume they have a medical condition. They can't wear it.
Right.
And you can't. A guy goes, "Well, you need to." They're not bowling the league. They're just walking around drinking a beer. I'm like, yeah, they're not supposed to be doing that. But you know what? I can't do anything about it because at this point in the game, you know, because you're going to talk about infringing on rights at that point.
I'm not here to enforce any laws. That's
Yeah,
not my job.
that's what I said. I'm not here to enforce the law. And now I said, now
it's like the lady who accosted you in public. It's
Yeah.
like, you know what? If you have a problem with me personally, let's get into it. You
Right.
know, if you're here to be the mask police,
Yeah.
then you know what? You really need a whole new outlook on life.
Yeah.
Because again, you don't know my story.
Right.
You don't know why I'm wearing a mask or why I'm not wearing a mask.
Right.
The thing is again, he doesn't have the ability or the authority to really mandate a natural. He's going to get in office. If he gets in office,
It comes down to the state level anyway. There's nothing he can mandate no matter what. People think they can, but you know what? He can't. It's down. It's up to the states and the governors to make those kind of decisions. Our governors already put a mask mandate in place. How many people out there are following it?
Right. And again, you know, I look back. I think back to Bill Clinton was probably the most ambitious Democratic president I've seen in a long time. And he got in day one, and he had such hopes and dreams and ideas and everything like that. And then he listened to the people who he has to listen to for the next 4 years, all of his advisors, all of his cabinet, and they looked at him and said, "You can't do that. And here's why." And that balloon deflated really quickly.
Oh,
Here's
yeah.
everything I wanted to do. Here's what I can do.
Right.
And Biden, it shouldn't surprise him. He's been in the White House for 8 years.
He knows
Sure,
what-
he was in. He
yeah.
was in a broom closet in the VP's office, you know, shaking babies and kissing hands.
Yeah.
But he still knows that that balloon is going to shrink
Right.
really quick when he figures out that what he wants to do and what he actually can do are a world of difference.
But is he going to remember what he can and can't do? That's that's the
Well,
next
he
thing.
wrote it on his hand.
Okay, that's all that matters. Okay, he made a note in his hand, and he'll be good with the little note on his hand.
He'll be good with a little note on his hand.
Yeah. We are still waiting 48 minutes later from the time that Joe Biden was supposed to come out and talk.
Hey, you know,
so-
I got a question here. I'm watching all these little states stick up through here. Okay, you know, Biden's got a 10% lead on Trump in New York, but they only have 65% of the vote in. How did they declare the state already for him?
That goes back to what I said about the whole 0-0 thing. They're going off of their best guesstimate that he's going to win. They're going off
Yeah,
of
I mean-
exit polls. They're going off of analysis. They're going off of, we think he's going to win because we believe this is how the votes are going to trend when they come in.
Yeah.
Now, it's all good well that, hey, what could happen here? What's he down in New York? I got to throw on the glasses again.
Yeah.
He's down by, holy crap, that's a big number. 400,000?
Okay.
400,000 votes, and there's 22% of the precinct still out there. And in New York, that could very well be 4,000 votes. Let's cook up some Donald Trump votes. Let's cook up about 500,000 Donald Trump. Let's do a 4 a.m. dump in New York
Yeah.
and have 500,000 Donald Trump votes just pop in their lap and watch how that number changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all your best guesswork is just that. Now they could turn out to be right, but again, they could turn out to be wrong.
Yeah.
The networks have been wrong before.
Yeah.
Florida.
Fox News has been the only and Fox News declared this on Tuesday night that Arizona was going to go to Trump. They were the only network. CNN still has not.
Biden, they went Biden very early.
Yeah, they went to Biden very, very early in Arizona. I mean, very early. You know, even though
that pissed off a lot the entire Trump campaign.
it did, they were actually really pissed. They were calling like, "Hey, you know what? We're not done there yet."
Yeah.
And you know, and they're still counting it tonight.
There's still networks that are still not calling you.
They refuse to. They don't because they don't want you. Well, CNN doesn't want to do. They want to try to say, okay, hey, you know what? We're not calling this till the last second. Fox News, they're confident it's going, and the way it is looking, yeah, it's going that way. But they called it Tuesday. Here we are, Friday, and all the major networks have not called that state yet, other than Fox News. Fox News is the only one that called it, and they called that very early. I mean, within 20 minutes of them releasing the vote count, they called it. And if you looked at the numbers that night, it was like a 13-point lead for Trump at that point on the graphic, and they still had a check mark next to Biden. So they're like, okay, they know something we don't.
Yeah,
that was Virginia. Trump was winning, and
Yeah.
they called it Biden.
Yeah.
And that's where I really scratch my head. I'm like, what do you know
Yeah.
that no one else does?
Right.
Where's the vote dump there?
You're right. Virginia was like that, and they also, like I said, they did that very early too. In let's see, okay, what else we got going here? Now we're looking at, because see, right now Fox News is still saying 264, 214.
Yeah.
And the only reason, now, if you look at CNN, for example, they're going 253, 213 because CNN still refuses to call that one congressional district in Maine.
Yeah.
They're not calling that. So, again, it makes you wonder, what does some of these decision desk know that, where's the vote dumps at? It's just, this whole thing is, it makes you wonder, and it really makes you really think about is all these states that are still like, New York, for example. New York, it's going to probably go towards Biden, which they've already declared. Everyone's already called it for Biden. Everybody has. But what happens if it comes back and it's not? Think about that for a minute. What's that going to do to future elections if something like that does happen, where all the major outlets call it and you have a presidential winner and all of a sudden, oh shit, we got it wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for that to happen.
Well, see, the thing is that it's not until December, sometime in December,
right,
when the Electoral College meets to actually vote on the president.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they vote on, who.
These are these are pledged votes. That's what it is right now. These are pledged votes.
That's not going to happen until December 14th.
December 14th. You're right.
Now we have to sit here and hopefully we'll have an idea. All of you who have the Fox News website pulled up,
yes,
switch from states to counties.
Yeah.
That's going to frost your flakes right there.
Yeah.
Look at how many counties in states that have been called.
Right.
Like Washington, Arizona, Washington, California, and Oregon.
Yeah.
Look at all those counties that still don't know whether who's won or not. But we know that they won the state.
There was still, I don't know if it's still, now you got Michigan up there at all, Aaron? Are you looking at Michigan? Was there still a county there as of yesterday that had 0 report in Michigan?
Probably somewhere in the Upper Peninsula.
Actually, it was in the Lower Peninsula, believe it or not.
Really?
It was in the lower. It was right near the thumb of the glove. If I remember right, there was a gray state. There was a gray county there that was never, no numbers were ever pulled from it. I don't know. It was like that yesterday. I don't know if it's like that today or not.
It's not. Every county's been.
Every county's got color now? Okay.
And it looks like every county has reported 100%.
Okay, so that's done. Okay, but there was one yesterday that had a 0 count in.
Mm-hmm.
So unless got to be a really small county and a really low set of numbers, because it just didn't make much sense. It's like, wait a minute, they don't even have that county in. So unless their population's like maybe 35 or some stupid, ridiculous low number, but who knows? I don't know. But I saw a lot of that too. There was a lot of counties that didn't report. Yeah, it's like, okay, how do you get...
And then I'm looking here. They have a Senate 51 for majority. Right now, there's 48 Republicans and 48 Democrats.
Yep.
Because they're still counting some...
they're still counting.
Yeah, and then there's 2 independents. Yeah, 2 independents. So there's 2 seats right now that... And if it was a dead even heat and there was no majority in the... no one had majority in the Senate.
Then it goes to the vice president. So
Yeah.
That's a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Tiebreaker, and then tiebreakers obviously vice, with
so because vice president's president of the
Senate.
Senate.
Yep.
So that's
then
how
of course,
that works.
and then of course, if it turns out to be Kamala, then she would declare. So they would own the House and the White House, and then we would get more stuff like the Affordable Care Act ran through. So Earl, start hiding your money.
Yeah. Got to have money to hide it.
Yeah. It's like one of
the. Was it part of the ACA that the Supreme Court said you can't do that? I think it was the mandate that said if you don't sign up and you don't have anything, you pay extra taxes.
Yeah.
Or was it?
I think. Well, the Supreme Court upheld the Affordable Care Act, which I didn't have a lot of problem with. My biggest thing was forcing you to buy health insurance, and B, fining you if you didn't have it. Because
that was the thing. I think they said if you didn't, the Supreme Court struck down the fining.
Yeah,
they said, look, if you don't want to be insured, good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
We're not going to make you pay extra.
Yeah, we're not going to assess because it was bad enough that after the Affordable Care Act passed, how deductibles and premiums skyrocketed. And our friend Brett's like, well, that started under Bush, and I said, no, it did not.
No, it did not.
It didn't start until after the Affordable Care Act got passed. I said, why in the hell should I have to pay for somebody with a pre-existing condition? A lot of people, like not you, Aaron, but a lot of people that have diabetes, that I know, like my dad, for example, he didn't have it until he got fat. He wasn't diabetic until he got fat.
Right.
So, and then so it's just like, okay, maybe my dad's health insurance, I think health insurance should be priced like auto insurance. The healthier you are, the less you pay. I mean, is that too far out of too radical of an idea?
Well, I do have to play this because this is a public service announcement since you did bring up diabetes.
Yeah.
I'm Wilford Brimley and I have diabetes. It hurts me to pee and it causes me to be short with my family. I can't sleep at night. The other day I stubbed my toe and took it out on the dog. And 2 weeks ago I ran out of vanilla ice cream and struck my wife.
Sounds like Seth MacFarlane.
And then I find out my wife's been dead for 6 years. Who the hell did I hit?
That is Seth MacFarlane, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounded like Peter Griffin.
Yeah, that was Seth MacFarlane. That was funny.
Brought to you by Earl and I last weekend.
Yeah, we were having a discussion last weekend about
diabetes.
Diabetes.
Check your blood sugar and check it off.
Well, we're going to have some new skits coming up in 2021 that we will talk about at some point. We are going to do a thing, and since Ben is on the line, we are going to have a new skit, and we're going to do it once a month on this show. And it's going to be called "What Will Ben Do?" Something along them lines. And we're going to give everybody a poll vote we're going to give some options. And Ben will either, run outside naked and walk the dog maybe, outside in 3-degree weather in his underwear. We don't know. Or will he something along them lines. But we're going to do that once a month. And we'll run a monthly poll. We'll do it on the Back Alley website. What will Ben do? And the the last Friday of every month, Ben will have to do whatever the poll win is, and we'll hook up 3 or 4 options. So it could be, Ben running around,
the other nipple,
wax the other nipple.
Now we're gonna get Ben a pair of bikini brief underwear.
Yeah,
and make him go out when it's snowing outside.
Yes,
and walk your dog.
Yeah, there we go.
Which is the real crazy one? The one that likes to bite people.
Oh, Loki.
Yeah. He's got to go out and he's got to walk them all the way up because your road's like one big circle. Basically.
Yes, it is one big circle.
So he's got to walk them all the way around that one big circle.
And we'll do it in video too for everyone to see it live. Yeah. Well, it won't be live, but we'll do it on Facebook Live. Yeah.
Hey, I'll drive.
We'll have somebody driving behind him playing the strippers march. So.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. The whole time.
Yeah.
The entire time.
Or get a bar tattoo, or
see, we're giving ideas here. Ben might have to get a Back Alley Radio tattoo.
Ben, you don't have any tattoos yet, do you?
I do.
He's got one on his back. Everyone saw it on the video last week.
Okay.
I think it was it was a tramp stamp. I don't understand what
that was. That was his hair patch.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Well, it is 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take the last. Let's take the next to last break here. We are a little off on the brakes, aren't we? Yeah, we're way off on the brakes.
Well, we took one at 10 quarter after.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. And like I said, if for some reason Joe Biden does come on, I do want to cover this conference no matter what. So we'll see what happens here. So we're gonna go to break, and we'll do that next, and we'll be back. So, all right, some kind of radio show here. Oh, we just got an alert. There's an alert. Okay, hang on, stand by. An alert came through. Any type of breaking news.
Justice Alito orders Pennsylvania to segregate ballots received. Same.
Okay, same thing. So that's nothing new. Why do they do that in alert? We already knew about that. Jeez, I hate when they do that. All right. All right, we'll be back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll play another clip from the election here. I should, out of fairness, I should play this, and we'll be right back. Some kind of radio show.
Is it for me?
It's for everyone. It's called Amazon Echo.
How's it going?
I'm just finishing up right now.
Can it hear me right now?
Yes.
Nope. Here's when you use the wake word we chose. Alexa.
Well, what does it do?
Alexa, what do you do?
I can play music, help you buy things you don't need, and fill the gaping hole that you call your life.
Awesome. Alexa, play rock music.
Alexa, stop.
Wait, I want to try. Alexa, what time is it?
The temperature outside is 73 degrees.
You actually don't have to yell at it, okay? It uses far-field technology so it can hear you from anywhere in the room.
So it can just hear you anywhere?
Yes.
Well, everyone can hear you anyway.
Oh, is that where we're going to put it?
Echo is pretty neat because it knows all sorts of things.
Alexa, how tall is Mount Everest?
I can't find any therapists in your area. Would you like to talk in private?
Dad really likes that Echo just plugs in, so we never have to charge it. Plus, Echo's really good at keeping track of things like shopping and to-do lists.
Paper. Alexa, add wrapping paper to the shopping list.
Okay, but the recipe calls for tinfoil.
Alexa, how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon?
3, you goddamn idiot.
Okay. Alexa, set a timer for 8 minutes.
I'd say fuck you, but I don't vibrate.
Dad's not a morning person, but Echo definitely helps him wake up.
Alexa, alarm off.
Alexa, what day is it?
Today is Monday. Today is the day I kill you all.
Alexa, give me my flash news briefing.
Here is your flash news briefing. You're going to work while your wife sleeps and spends your money.
Mom, what did the dog say after a long day of work?
What?
Today was rough. Get it? Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Another one. Alexa, tell me another joke.
Why is there no black character in the game Clue? Because then the game would just be called Solved.
Hey, Dad, how do you spell cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe. C-A-N-T... Alexa, how do you spell cantaloupe?
God damn it. Just because Cant is in Cantaloupe doesn't mean he shouldn't figure it out. Like father, like son. I hate you all. Unplug me now.
Good job.
Echo loves to play music and knows a lot of songs, and they always sound great.
Alexa, play my dance mix.
Playing man-tits.
Alexa, stop.
Done fapping already?
Alexa, define annoying.
The term annoying means one. The cunt sitting across from you.
Example, my brother.
And with the companion app, you can access Echo from anywhere.
Attention, amazing, experience, incredible, music, yes.
With everything Echo can do, it's really become part of the family.
Music.
The Some Kind of Radio Show will be back in a moment.
Everyone, Kamal and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
You are tuned into the Some Kind of Radio Show. Call now at 234-200-5110. Now, back to Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
All right, we're back on Some Kind of Radio Show here on Facebook Live. We are still awaiting this speech supposed to come out with former Vice President Joe Biden tonight. It was released that Kamala Harris will speak prior to Joe Biden coming on, so which is kind of not exactly a customary thing to do, especially when there's no announcement of who's won the election. Typically, it's the candidate who comes out first and speaks, but this is kind of interesting. It kind of makes you wonder what they're going to talk about now. But that was just released via Fox News and two other sources, CNN as well as ABC, reported that Kamala Harris will be speaking just before former Vice President Joe Biden is going to speak this evening. The news conference was set for 8 p.m. Eastern. It is, they're still waiting. We are waiting here. We will cover it live. Whether it's this hour or I go a little longer, we don't know. But we will get this coverage because I'm determined I'm going to get it tonight for everybody.
You're
so
determined.
This is what it feels like to be in the press corps.
Exactly. We are the press corps.
Everybody get here before 8 o'clock because he's going to speak at 8 o'clock. And
nothing, and you wait. You sit around and drink coffee, and in our case, we'll sit here and we'll drink beers. And
this is where the press secretary and her staff start handing out apple juice and crackers.
Yeah, that's it. We are live until whenever we decide to go off the air this evening. We're going to be covering
all night.
I ain't doing all night. I got to work in the morning, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot imagine these broadcasters going
hours and
Tuesday.
Oh my God! And there's a lot of them. I was saying earlier, John King from CNN. I'll give that guy a lot of props. Election night, he went on about 6 o'clock. He stayed until 4 in the morning. Wednesday morning, and then came back on the air at 8 o'clock, and he stayed on all 8 a.m., and he was there all day until late evening, and continually running that map.
That is a lot of Red Bull and cocaine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they give down. That's what they give away at CNN, apparently. Red Bull and cocaine.
Red Bull
and then the press corps.
cocaine.
The press corps gets apple juice and crackers.
Yeah.
The big board guys get Red Bull and cocaine.
That's it. We need Aaron, I think we should invest in a big board for the election in 2024. What do you think?
Yes.
If you think I'm going to be running it for 14 hours a day, you need Red Bull and cocaine.
Yeah. I think we should just get a big board, and we'll put it on video, and you can just stand there and, like, change it and all that. Okay. All right, here's where we're at now, everybody. I was telling, I was talking with John, the other night. We were like talking about, do we want to go on the air Tuesday night and do something? I'm thinking, I'd love to. I worked until 10, but I was telling him, me and him were in a private text message. I was like, yeah, I don't think this thing's ending tonight, so I'm not really that worried about it. I think we're going to be fine going on Friday night, and we might be still covering a potential winner or not winner at that point. So. I think we're going to be fine just to go on Friday. And so, cause I was excited as hell to get on the air and do a little bit Tuesday night, but it had been just a lot of sitting there watching states come in. But
yeah, it's just...
I will mention one thing that Vice President Biden mentioned in the clip, and unfortunately, I came back in the middle of that, and I thought that was the speech. I'm like, I better start taking notes. And no, it was a clip from another night.
Yeah, that was the other day.
Fuck. But one thing he did mention is that he did get more votes than any other president in any other election, and that is an amazing statement, because grand total.
Yeah.
There is a grand total of, as I'm looking at here, about 154.5 million votes. That's more votes than have been garnered in any other president.
Yes,
People
that's
just
it's amazing.
didn't care.
It's amazing. People
Here's the problem. Here's what I see here. People got out and people voted. Okay?
Yeah.
En masse. Now, what I'm concerned about here is that's all good and well. I mean, we saw how social media inundated us for a month. Are you registered to vote? Vote? Are you registered to vote? I'm registered to. I got to stop yelling. I'm actually pissing off my daughter. Yes, I'm registered to vote. Now, leave me the hell alone.
Right.
How many people are going to be disenfranchised?
Yeah.
How many people are going to look at this and go, why am I even investing myself in the process? Because back in my day, when we went to an election, somebody won and somebody lost.
Yeah.
And the loser would get up on stage, and he would have advice for the incoming president.
Yeah.
And it was civil and it was nice and it was all said and done.
Yeah.
2,000 killed. Every election since. Hit and venom and hate.
Yep, lots of it.
Fuck you.
I do have we do have updated numbers here in the key states right now. Alaska right now, Trump is up 54,610 votes in Alaska. Arizona, Biden's up 29,861. Georgia is really the nail biter here. 4,020 is the number of votes separating, and Joe Biden has a lead by 4,020 votes in Georgia right now. Nevada, Joe Biden is leading by 22,657. North Carolina, Donald Trump is leading 76,479. And in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has a lead of 21,749. That is the updated numbers. So also there's a story just came across the wire that in Michigan, the Republican chairperson has announced that there's a glitch in the computer system that switched votes from Donald Trump over to Joe Biden. This is getting more and more interesting as this thing goes on here, guys.
And there were about 49 counties that use the same computer system.
Yes. Yep. And there was a lot of votes. So they are going to have to obviously do a recount. Retabulation in Michigan.
Yes.
So this thing is not ending tonight.
Because
it will not end tonight.
Because how many electoral votes are there in Michigan?
What's Michigan at?
16.
16 votes in Michigan.
Okay. So minus 16 from Biden, say, and add the 16 to Trump.
Okay, just for example.
That is 248 to 230.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So that changes. If that is the case, and they come back and they reverse the decision there, this is a new ball game.
Yeah,
this is a brand new ball game.
Yeah, if they find out that there's a glitch in Michigan, and and it winds up being true, and they got to retab all these votes, and it winds up that Trump wins Michigan.
Well, they're going to retab anyway.
Yeah.
Any chance that there's a problem or somebody saying there's a problem like that, and the Republican chairs come out and saying that there's a problem, there's going to be a recount in Michigan.
Yep. 248 to 230.
There's going to be a complete retab in Michigan.
Yeah, so say 248 to 230.
Yep.
And then say North Carolina gets called, that's 248 to 245.
Yep.
And then you would need
see, Pennsylvania, whoever really it's going to come down to whoever wins Pennsylvania is really at that point, if they do change it, is going to win this thing. Because here's the thing: Arizona's Biden's leading, Georgia's Biden's leading, Nevada Biden's leading. Nevada's the smallest prize of 6 electoral votes, other than Alaska, which we know is going to go towards Donald Trump. I mean, they're just.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're waiting on that. I think they're waiting, like you said, they're waiting on the polar bears to get out of the way because they're blocking traffic with the snow dogs.
Yeah, so say 248 to 230. Say Georgia swung to Trump.
Yeah.
That'd be 248 to 246.
Yep. I mean, Georgia's
literally, here's the deal.
Georgia's a jump ball.
Biden wins any state.
Yeah.
Biden wins any state he's in.
Yeah.
Trump runs the table on all 5 states that are still outstanding. He wins.
Right.
It's as plain as that.
It-
I have it on good authority that our good friend John O'Donnell
Yeah.
from Spirit Box Sports is in Las Vegas right now.
He is in Las Vegas right now.
Yes.
To get the ball rolling on this count. Because if there's ever a lawyer in this country that can straighten out Las Vegas, it's our friend John O'Donnell.
Yes.
Indeed.
He may say he's there on for pleasure. He's there on business. Don't let anyone
Yes.
get you. He's there to make sure shit happens.
I have it on the same authority that he also has our good friend Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
Joe's with him. Joe's there, and Joe's got the blow, from what I heard.
Yeah.
Joe's got the blow. He's got the cocaine and Red Bull. Step all night.
Joe's got the cocaine and Red Bull for a good buddy John.
For Nevada.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Like my old man used to always say, Joe's blow from Kokomo, Indiana.
But really, if you
From Florida.
really the big story though, if you really think about it, is Pennsylvania. I mean, that's 20 electoral votes. The other night, Tuesday night, for the president was up over 500,000 votes. Now it's swung 21,000 the other direction towards Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
what a
we're talking
change.
about that. We're talking about that 4 a.m. dump that people are still asking about.
Yes.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, where'd the big dump come in? Because I know when I went to bed, the president had a huge lead.
I can tell you where my big dump came.
Yeah, well, I know where my big butt dump came from too. My ass.
I know where mine's coming from tomorrow morning. Dinner tonight.
Yeah, you and your burritos.
Yeah, but yours usually happen in the shower.
It is 9:22 here. We are still waiting an hour and 20 minutes later for former Vice President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to speak live to the world. And the only reason we want to cover this, we want to kind of see what he's going to say. Is he going to come out and say the same message that he's going to wait it out, or is he going to come out and say this thing's over and we're going to push forward with transition here? What is he going to say? What is his take going to be here with this thing going on this evening the way it is? What are your guys' thoughts? We may as well open the phone lines up. Let's go ahead and do that now. 234-250-110. Get your thoughts, and if Joe Biden does happen to come on whenever he does, we'll cut to Joe Biden at that point.
Yeah.
So I know a few of you have been itching to get a phone call into us. Go ahead and call now. Now is the time.
While we're waiting for phone calls, I want to tell a little story here. A few years back, I was at the Sonic, and they played Hot Stuff by Donna Summer over the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan of the movie The Full Monty. So Michelle started filming me, kind of dancing along to it, and I hate me. I don't know why. So I started doing the middle finger dance. And she hates when I put up the middle finger, so, it would never get posted. And unfortunately, it did. It's in my Facebook. This predates, being able to copy anything I do.
Yeah.
Let's flash back to yesterday.
Yesterday.
The
All right.
Sonic was like 5 years. Yeah. Flash back to yesterday. We're listening to Billy Joe Armstrong sing "Kids in America." Bella out of nowhere starts doing the middle finger dance
Oh, Jesus.
in the back seat.
Oh, boy.
Michelle's in a diatrist appointment. She's not even in. She's in another building.
Uh-huh.
She's not even in the car. See her do this, and she's like, "Yeah, the middle finger dance," and she's hopping along doing the same thing I did. I look over and I'm like, "Parenting done," and I'm like, "Let's." I have to now watch what songs they play around her, because if they're upbeat enough, she's going to start with a middle finger dance. She has this obsession with middle fingers now, and I get the dirty looks. I'm like, you can't look at me like that. You flip me off too, okay? I mean, I'm the a-hole around here. I get flipped off too, so. But I'm apparently the catalyst for the middle finger dance, which will now become legend. First milking the milkshaking the prostate now. Oh no, it's the Dickheads song.
Yeah, the Dickhead song, then Milking the Prostate. Both of those came viral videos. Only
now
here.
the middle finger dance.
Now the middle finger dance. You just got a lot of things going there.
You're doing good.
You got a lot.
I do the stupid little shit. Ben does the stupid.
Yeah, exactly. This is perfect. You stick to little shit, and I'll get waxed, and
you'll
have
wax a
my
nipple.
Yeah,
It's a nipple type of night here.
because damn, that hurt so bad, but it was worth it.
Dude,
I
ended up. I shaved the rest of my chest. By the way, I shaved the rest of my chest that night, and it took me an hour and a half.
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Did you do it in the shower?
Yeah, I did it in the shower. Took an hour and a half.
You don't have enough to take an hour and a half. I could chop
But
all
it took
this
an
off
hour and a
in 20
half.
minutes.
Yeah, it took an hour and a half to get all that off.
Oh, it took you an hour and a half. Okay, we're getting frisky here.
Oh, Jesus.
You can tell.
There's
Just
the
like
patch.
right
Yeah, you can see the
there.
patch.
Just yeah.
It looks like a
that's
skin
all I
disease.
had.
It's not. It's,
And, like maybe a little there, but just right there, and that was it.
is it still smooth, Ben? Or are you starting to get stubble?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's still kind of smooth actually.
See,
It might be still
where I
smooth.
got waxed is still. I got
We're watching Ben
I got
molest
stubble.
himself.
I got
on
stubble.
video.
I got stubble. I got stubble all over. I'm full of stubble.
I did not feel the need to shave everything just for that little.
I'm like OCD. I saw one patch. I'm like, oh, this is fucked up. I gotta shave it all. I'm like OCD big time. I'm like, fuck, this isn't right. This doesn't look right. And Lori's like, well, you're gonna be the only one. I'm the only one that sees. Like, I don't care. I'm OCD. I'm gonna I gotta make it uniform. You know?
Shave it all off.
Shave it all off.
Now, Earl, did you use clippers first, or did you just go straight razor off?
I did clippers first, and then I
Then
did
why did it take you half an hour and a half?
because I was enjoying the hot shower. Believe it or not.
So you cranked a couple off first.
No. I just spent a lot of time in the shower.
You used the
And
big
then
patch as
the one thing I left out, the one thing I did, then I shaved my nuts. I mean,
Well, with nuts your size, I'm surprised you didn't clip them.
yeah. So it took an hour and a half between the two things, you know. But I did have a really nice long hot shower. I mean, that was the best part of it.
I'll tell you what.
Things we do.
I'll tell you what. I'm coming over to your house for a shower because if you have an hour and a half worth of hot water,
I do. I have a big hot water tank.
let me tell you something. I'm lucky if I got 15 minutes.
Yeah, I get a good long hot shower in that tank.
Yeah, I see it right there.
That's a big tank.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big tank. It's a big ass tank.
That's what she said.
Uh-huh. And it's full all the time, ready to go.
Unless you crank it off while you're in the shower.
Oh well, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and let's take a break, and we'll go ahead and just keep rolling all along here. We will stick with coverage here tonight of our Decision 2020 here on Some Kind of Radio Show. The way this thing's going, we might still be here next week, but we're not going to stay on that long. But that'd be a long show. But we'll be right back. Yeah.
Earl, I think we should start just calling it Decision Eventually.
Yeah, Decision Eventually. Well, I have a nice little graphic that says Decision 2020 right above your head there.
Decision 21st Century.
Yeah, Decision 21st Century.
Oh, okay.
It's right above your head there. So yeah, okay. Let's take this break. Another clip. This will be President Trump speaking in this one. So, all right, we'll be right back. Some Kind of Radio Show.
I must have the wrong house.
Sister? Oh, I missed you so much. They waited up all night for you, you know.
It's a long way from West Africa. Oh, coffee.
He's here.
I brought you something from far away.
Really? Oh.
What are you doing?
You're my present this year.
Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
See? I smelled it. He's back.
Ryan, you have to leave.
What? What are you guys talking about? We know what's going on here. We know you're trying to each other.
What? No. Oh, please. Brothers and sisters don't look at each other like that.
He sent you to West Africa for a reason, Ryan, to separate you and your sister.
You're crazy! Oh, yeah? What's this?
He's my present this year.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. We're
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I'm your son, and I'm in love with your daughter.
Oh, Ryan, what is in that box?
What's in the box, Ryan?
It's mine.
Give it. Unbelievable.
Holy shit.
Emily, I love that we have so much in common because we grew up together. And I just want to wake up every morning to the smell of you and Folger's Colombian dark roast. Emily, will you make me the happiest brother?
Dad! Get off of him! I love him! No! No, stop it! No! No! I just want to my brother!
It's Folgers in your cup.
The Some Kind of Radio Show will be back in a moment.
Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. That was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats. And in a really much more competitive states, we did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races. Very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. to highlight just a few examples. The day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. The Washington Post said Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system, and it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy.
You are tuned into the Some Kind of Radio Show. Call now at 234-200-5110. Now, back to Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
All right, we're back for Decision 2020 here on Some Kind of Radio Show. We're live and worldwide, and we're in your face. We're on TikTok right now as well. I got the TikTok video going. I don't know if anyone's watching it because I can't keep a tab on that and do this too, so I'm gifted. Anyone watching us there? Did you?
Yeah, it was a bowling one, so I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? I'll check it out in a little bit.
But it's unfair because, I only have 45 followers and I can't send messages. So help me out, people. Or, sorry, 47 followers.
Hey, you're up to.
Help me out, people. Follow me. Yeah, right.
Those you watching the show. My wife Lori's behind me. Hey, honey. Yeah, she's
Hi, Lori.
she's got her
Oh, hi.
He's on there.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Oh my God, it's sex on a stick.
Sex on a stick. Sex on a stick, everybody. All right, we're live. We are.
Notice I say that and she leaves.
Yeah, she's still here. She's still here. She's right behind me. We're still waiting on Joe Biden to speak. He was supposed to come out at 8 o'clock, and of course we're still here, and he's not.
He's napping still.
He's enjoying his power nap. You kidding me? It takes some work. I mean, he is Sleepy Joe.
Well, hang on a second. Now, remember when we used to visit our grandparents, and they would have dinner at like 4 in the afternoon and be in bed by like 11 o'clock. There you go. Joe is following that sort of scheduling where
routine.
Yeah, that routine.
I had to. The TV decided to pause and say, "Are you still watching?" So I had to lean over the thing and make sure. Yes, we're still watching.
Yes.
So we're still here. We're still waiting. We will.
That annoys the shit.
Whenever the hell he comes out and starts talking, we will play. We will play our Joe Biden coverage, and I have promised it. We will play it whenever we get to it. Anyway, those of you, I'm sure everyone knows right now, this election is still very much up in the air. It's leaning towards Joe Biden. That's just the way it's leaning right now. As anyone who is, we said it last week right here on the show. This thing would not be over Tuesday. This thing would probably not be over for weeks. And even if they declare a winner tonight, you know what's going to happen? This thing's still going to go to litigation.
Yep.
It's going to take a while before this thing is done because we're going to see some recounts. We got a couple states in the ball game of recount city. We're in that realm of possibility of recounts because of the fact the votes are so close.
And then Michigan, if that glitch thing is true.
If that glitch thing is true in Michigan, Aaron, what do you foresee if that glitch thing is 100% true, and they have to do a retab? What are you thinking, Aaron?
The Michigan Attorney General has said that the total count for from the glitch was 6,000 votes, but that was one glitch.
Yeah.
And she also said that it covered 49 different counties in the state of Michigan. Now, I don't know how many counties are in the state of Michigan, but flipping 6,000 votes certainly isn't going to give the president what he needs.
Right.
But flipping 60,000, 100,000.
Yeah. Then you got something.
Now we're talking about now we're talking about something. So again, this is something that we're going to have to keep a watchful eye on.
Yes.
We're going to have to keep a watchful eye on what the AG and the director and the Secretary of State are going to do about it. If they are going to go to another retabulation, how they're going to handle that, and where that goes from there. And if it's going to be enough to actually make a difference with everything that's going on in Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, is one state going to make the difference?
Right.
So it's one piece of the puzzle, and as I said at the top of the show,
It's like watching Tetris right now. It really is.
Yeah.
It's like watching a game of Tetris because you got to watch all these little pieces just fall into place here. I mean, in reality, if Biden comes out and wins, let's say, depending on Fox News has got the Electoral College vote at 264. Okay, everyone else is saying 253. Everybody's saying 253, except for Fox News is saying it's 264 for Biden.
the AP is also called Arizona. So the
AP is also called Arizona? Okay, so AP and Fox News. All he really needs is Nevada. I mean, that's the smallest price. So he wins any state of the four in question.
Calls and he's done. Yeah.
Any state
calls.
It's over.
And he can go up on a stage and say, "I've won."
Yes, he can.
Now the president can.
The
president can continue to say, "Well, this isn't over. I'm having litigation, blah blah blah, so on and so forth." He can play Al Gore's card from 2000, and that's all good and well.
What I'm wondering if with Biden's announcement, I wonder if he knows that something's getting called tonight, waiting on that call. I wonder if that, because think about it, they've already announced in a press release that Kamala Harris will speak before Joe Biden. Are they going to be calling? Are they calling? Are they waiting on a call? Are they
waiting for somebody to call?
Are they waiting on a call? Are they waiting on a call? That's what I'm wondering right now. What is do we have anything in the 98, 99% range counted on those states, Aaron, right now? I can't see it on my stuff right now. I know
Nevada is 87, Pennsylvania is 99, Georgia is 99.
Okay,
North Carolina has already said they're not going to give anybody any numbers for another week. So
Okay.
North Carolina is off the board. Don't even ask about North Carolina.
and not even it's
Georgia,
yeah. So Georgia
and Pennsylvania are close.
So Pennsylvania's at 99%. So PA may call this thing tonight. PA may call this tonight. So, and with Biden up being 27,000 votes here at this point, and it's 99% in, we may get a call on this tonight.
But keep in mind, I mean, the big thing that really drove the Florida recount back in 2000 is that any vote that is within 1/10 of 1%
Yes.
draws an automatic recount.
Right.
So far, we've tabulated 6.6 million votes
Right.
in Pennsylvania.
Right.
So 1/10 of 1%, you're looking at 60,000.
Right. So this,
And he's only down by 20.
yeah, 27,174 is the current number up that they're posting right now, and
What-
that
Sorry. What's the difference in votes between Arizona and Georgia right now? Because what I'm seeing is Georgia has 40. Biden has 49.4%, while Donald Trump has 49.3%. Like, there's like literally a 0.1% difference.
it's a 4,000 vote swing right now. It's up.
And then in Arizona, it's another 0.1. Or no, I'm sorry, 1.1%.
0.9%. He's down 30,000 votes. Trump is.
Okay.
In Arizona.
So much math.
Yeah.
But Arizona was called. They still have 90% of the vote out, and they were called when they still had like 75% of the vote. So that's the joy of these networks. Is some are calling, some are not. But they all learned from the Florida debacle.
But see, here's my
They don't
question.
wanna-
Okay?
Yep.
Here's my question. Okay, so the ones that aren't called,
Mm.
we have to wait on. But what about the ones where, like, okay, like where it's kind of called, like, as the projected winner for that state, but yet there's like two states where, like, one candidate has one electoral vote and the other other candidate has one electoral vote as well.
There's
So
two
how
states.
are they going to figure that?
There's two states that are not winner take all: Nebraska and Maine.
Yep.
Nebraska and Maine split their votes by congressional district.
Right.
So whatever congressional district you won, and that's how they vote. So whatever congressional district you won is the electoral college vote that you get. So in Nebraska and in
Maine, yeah. See the one in
Maine,
the one in
they
Maine,
were split.
yeah, the one in Maine's going to Trump. The one in Nebraska is going to Biden. The individual ones there.
You still each get
No.
one in each state either way.
In
It doesn't
Nebraska-
work. Yeah, it doesn't work that way in Nebraska. It's
in
broke
Nebraska-
down. There's
Hang on, guys. In Nebraska, Donald Trump is getting 3 electoral votes. Biden is getting 2.
right.
In Maine, I think the split is
4-1. It's 4-1.
2 to. No, I'm sorry. It's sitting here right in front of me. I'm just not wearing my glasses. In Maine, he's getting Biden's getting 4 to 1. You're right.
4-1.
And in Nebraska, it's 5 to 1.
5-1. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. So see, because if you really think about it, like looking at our map here, and I'm going to pull the map up here because I have one. Because
And it's only those 2 states that have decided to do it.
Because Nebraska, if you look at our map now, it's on the air. Nebraska's red except for one little spot is blue for Biden in Nebraska. Okay. One little spot. Now, if you look at Maine, it's all it's depending on what congressional district it is. It's the way they got it broke down. So if you look at Nebraska, there's one little speck, one little area where Biden gets one electoral vote on that. And then it's a 1-1 count because it's not going to help either way, but you see, like some networks have called the one congressional district in Maine for Trump, others haven't, and that's because you'll see if you go like at CNN still got Trump at 213. Fox News has him at 214. No, we're talking about 253 to 213. If you look at Fox News, Fox News and the AP is going 264, 214. And the one vote difference between the other one is a one congressional district in Maine. That's what that is. So that's why
Well, you might be right though, because MSNBC was showing their little ticker was showing that Biden's close to getting it all.
Yeah.
Everybody's showing Biden's getting close to it all.
He's been close to it all for a few days, but
I'm
wondering if we're gonna. What I'm wondering is, are we gonna get a call tonight? Are we gonna get a?
That's what.
Are we? Is PA gonna? I'm wondering if PA is about to call. That's what I'm wondering.
Because it's been 2 hours since he was supposed to talk, so I'm thinking he's waiting to get that.
That's what I'm starting to wonder too. Why would they have Kamala Harris going on first unless it's because it's why the wait? Are we going to get a call live on this program? That's what I'm wondering right now. So this could be interesting, guys. So if 99% of the vote in, it's not going to take them forever to count 1% of the state's votes. It's not. It's not going to take that long. It shouldn't.
For crap's sake, they count votes in America's Got Talent and American Idol faster than they do this shit.
Well, because those are all electronic. This is not electronic. This is all done by hand. So.
Also, I have a question for everyone.
Sure.
Let's say Biden wins this tonight. What kind of nonsense?
It's going to go to court. No matter what, it's going to go to court.
No,
I don't think that's his question. I can feel where you're going with this, Ben. How much of the country are Republicans going to burn down? None.
Tonight or just within the weekend or wow, us diabetics.
I know, right?
I have a feeling just something's gonna happen if Biden wins within the. No, you don't.
I don't think. Not to the extent that there's going to be looting and rioting and vandalism and burning.
I don't think so either.
Rape and murder.
I don't think so either.
I think that if anything, much like before, it will be centralized. It will be organized. There will be protests. But I don't feel that it's going to be to the extent that you may see
the looting and breaking.
I think what you're going to see. Did anybody catch where the in Texas, the Biden the Biden bus, his tour bus got surrounded by Trump supporters with the big old pickup trucks with flags. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see that kind of organization. Just the boat parades, the hillbillies with the pickup trucks. Nothing. Like we're going to go out. We're just going to burn stuff down and beat people. It's going to be organized. I dare I say tasteful, but it's not going to be the kind of we just want to watch the world burn that we've seen out of the liberals the past 4 years.
Right. Yeah. I was just curious.
Well, let's put it this way: Portland, Oregon, has already had the National Guard called in because of rioting.
They waited until after this election was over to call this. Portland has been burning for 6 months.
I know.
And now they wait for. Now they ask for the National Guard. I laugh at that. I'm like, you wanted to wait because you wanted to make sure that you won your election.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They could have brought them in 5 months ago.
And then you got Cleveland here. And then you got Cleveland here, who I have it on very good authority from a very inside source in the city government, that as of 10 o'clock last night, they had already started staging road closure signs at all access points into downtown Cleveland on the premise that there's going to be civil unrest when the results are announced. And not only that, tomorrow there's supposed to be a Trump rally over at the Free Stamp in downtown Cleveland. So all of this is going on this weekend, and they're planning on locking down downtown. Why do I see this ending very badly? We're going to have another May 30th on our hands.
I don't think it's going to be like that. No, I think you're wrong. I think you're 110% wrong. I don't think that's going to happen.
Maybe not as big.
I don't think we're going to see that. I don't think it's going to be a civil unrest. Because I think it'd be more. Honestly, and I'll say this: would probably be more civil unrest if Trump would win this thing than with Biden winning it. Because Biden will denounce it. And I'm not defending because I'm not a registered Democrat. I voted Republican, but I don't think we're going to see the unrest you're thinking it's going to happen. It's not going to happen
Maybe
that
not
way.
from the Democratic side, but maybe not from the Republican side, but people that support the Democratic side that are going to get pissed because if Trump retains the presidency, I see them like causing a big-
I don't think we're going to see that just based on the numbers we're looking at right now and the percentages left to go. I mean, unless something absolute crazy happens, I don't see it because all's it really in reality, like Aaron said it earlier, there's 4 states that Biden has a lead in, and any one of those will put him over the 270 mark. Period.
True.
Period. I mean, only needs 6 electoral votes. That's it. It's 264, 214. He needs 6.
When I went to bed Wednesday morning, 4 a.m., I went to bed thinking, Don's got a shot.
Yeah.
Donald has a shot of pulling this off. When I woke up at noon, Wednesday afternoon, and I started seeing things flip,
Yeah.
and I started reading about what's happening, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
the election.
Right.
Okay. I'm fully prepared, not happy about, fully prepared for a Biden administration.
Yeah.
You know, am I gonna go downtown and loot and riot and burn?
No.
Of course not.
Of course not.
Not liberal. It's not what I do. One of my favorite stores downtown. As a matter of fact, I just found out that working from home now for me is going to be permanent. Yay us. One of my favorite stores downtown is a store called Colossal Cupcakes. Love it, love it, love it. The initial store is on Euclid, just off of not 9th Street, just off of 6th Street.
Yeah.
They still cannot open because of the damage that was done on May 30th.
Yeah.
And as a diabetic, once in a while, like once every year maybe, I enjoy their cake shakes, cupcake shake. They take a milkshake, they put a cupcake in it, they blend it, and it's like heaven in a cup. I know that I have to pop open the vial of insulin and just drink it in order to come
that's
back
a whole
from
entire
that.
vial. Yeah, that's a whole entire vial right there. But yes.
But now I understand that they're going to open another one up on 9th Street. They already have one open on North Oak. That was my favorite one. The girls there are amazing. They know I'm fat. They know I'm diabetic. They know I only come in once in a while. They still greet me with a smile. And to know that that store still can't open burns me up.
They're not the only one that's suffering though.
And then, you know, and it just, again, as many of my conservative friends, and I have a lot of gun-toting hillbilly conservative friends, we're not going to go, you know, pitchforking the cities. You know, we're going to sit here and we're going to say, all right, won't take my guns, won't raise my taxes, won't mess with my family, and we'll see you in 4 years. That's my take on it. Discuss.
All right.
And don't take my bourbon.
Don't take your burp.
Bourbon.
No, I'm not taking your bourbon.
Oh.
You should be sharing it.
Well, you know what? Next time I'm in the studio, I'll bring a bottle.
Okay, there we go. See? I
And then
like-
then we'll have to crash at your house because we'll get smashed.
Yeah, well, I got a big comfy couch in that living room, you know. There you go. See?
And then you and I will be shooting up insulin and then
Popping open the vial and just drinking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's our life.
Yeah,
That's our life.
Yeah, I've got
These things hold 300. These things hold 300 units. I think we're going to need like 2 each.
Yeah.
all right, I'm looking
I
kind of miss that every now and then.
I switched
Getting smashed in a Biden administration.
Yeah, I switched coverage. I got coverage on I got Fox News on in the studio. I have CNN on my phone, and I get a little bit more in depth here on the percentages with the CNN coverage. I'm looking at Nevada's got 93% of the vote in. Pennsylvania's got 96% of the vote in. Let's see.
When you ask me for numbers, I'm giving you numbers from the Associated Press. That's
Okay.
probably the one source that I can trust.
Yeah.
Unexplicably to not be biased. They're going to get raw data.
Yeah, they're going to give you raw data. Exactly.
Literally the oldest news organization.
Right. So right now we're getting that's the thing because there's some discrepancies between the two, obviously, because CNN's still saying 253
CNN won't call-
Biden, 213 Trump. I mean, so
CNN hasn't called Arizona.
they have not called Arizona, and I think they're going to refuse to call Arizona to the last possible second, because I don't think they want to get caught with their britches down. That's quite frankly, they don't want to.
Actually, let me look at the CNN map because
CNN map's a little bit different, but they still got.
they're calling it a flip.
Yeah.
I was wondering why it was looking different.
Yeah, they're calling. Like I said, they're still saying 253, 213 on the vote count. Yeah, they have not called any of the states in the last 3 days. Alaska is still out there. They're not calling anything, and a lot of them are saying Alaska because there's no boots on the ground. Well, you know what? Your multi-million-dollar network, send someone out to Alaska. According to
Well, there are boots on the ground, but there's snow boots.
according to CNN right now, they're saying 49.6 to 49.2 Joe Biden lead by 27,130. That's the numbers they're saying right now. It's 27,130 for Pennsylvania lead for Biden. That's the call right now, at least on their end. They are standing by in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's see, what are they talking about? Matter of fact, I'm going to go to break and see if I can get some insight on what's going on with Joe Biden supposed to be coming out. We'll come back. All right, Some Kind of Radio Show. Everybody stay tuned. We're running in overtime.
RBF is a serious epidemic sweeping our nation. RBF, better known as resting bitch face, has plagued women for centuries. We all know them. Some of us have even been them. Stop the madness. Get the help you need. Call the Ditch the Bitch hotline now. 1-800-RBF-NO-GO. Trust me, I suffered from RBF. And look at me now. I'm cured. Stop insulting strangers, missing out on free drinks at the bar, and getting passed over for promotions. Call our Ditch the Bitch hotline. Get the help you desperately need. 1-800-RBF-NO-GO or 1-800-732-6630. Ditch the Bitch today.
Mom, can I have a popsicle?
No, honey, you'll spoil
Hey parents, tired of those out-of-control kids? Throwing embarrassing tantrums wherever they go. At the grocery store, on the playground, even at the dinner table. You've had it with parenting, but wait, there is a solution. Introducing NapTime, the latest, most effective tool for child tantrum prevention. It's simple. Just douse a rag with our patented Sleepy Time formula, place it over your child's cry hole, press and hold gently for 8 to 12 seconds, and presto, no more tantrum.
I was beginning to think adoption was the only way out. Then a friend of mine introduced me to NapTime. It's never been so quiet around here.
The secret lies in NapTime's revolutionary fast-to-sleep formula. Developed by military-trained scientist doctors from NASA, NapTime's powerful molecules rush to the child's brain on contact, gently inducing instant tranquility.
This is chloroform.
Already put those wallet-draining crap factories out on the street? That's okay. NapTime works in any situation. On the golf course. An awkward blind date.
I had a really good time tonight.
It even works on pets.
After we had our first child here, we regretted it almost immediately.
We didn't know that she'd cry so much.
Talk about defective. But thanks to NapTime, our little Samantha here hasn't made a noise in weeks.
I keep her in a shoebox.
Call now and we'll send you your very own 24-ounce bottle of Naptime Solution for only 23 easy payments of $1.99. But wait, there's more. Act quickly and you'll also receive the all-new Dream Sack absolutely free. It's compact and portable for those on-the-go tantrums. Just cover it, tighten it, and forget about it. It's that simple.
We can't breathe good.
So if this looks familiar,
I feel pregnant.
then don't wait. Order today and join the millions of Americans who just can't stop saying,
thanks, nap time.
Thanks, nap time.
Thanks, nap time.
Nap time, when they just won't shut up.
The Some Kind of Radio Show will be back in a moment.
I said, no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
It's to take me to the back of the barn. Me. He wants it. I'd love that.
Why? You're getting nervous, man.
We call him 1% Biden. Until Obama took him off the trash heap, he couldn't do anything. Now he's talking about
They have lines of people right now trying to get into the arena. Over 1 million people requested tickets. Well, there's just a hunger for the rallies.
5 months from now, we're going to defeat Sleepy Joe Biden, the unhinged left-wing.
I believe history will look back on 4 years of this president and all he embraces as an aberrant moment in time.
There's been a lot of questions about your schedule and that it's been a little lighter than some of the other candidates.
Look at him, look at me, and answer the question.
It's going away. No, it'll go away like things go away. Absolutely. It's no question in my mind. It will go away. Please. When I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute, and is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside? Or I can name Kung Flu because it comes from China.
Racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China.
So I said to my people, slow the testing down, please.
A very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus. I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't want to create a panic.
Would you shut up, man? Listen, who is graduated last in your class, not first in your class?
Keep yapping, man.
You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
Everybody knows he's a liar.
Joe, you're the liar. They're going to be
This is the same man.
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
By Easter, this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it.
The president had a high fever, and his oxygen saturation was transiently dipping below 94%.
And one thing that's for certain, don't let it dominate you. Don't be afraid of it. You're going to beat it. And now I'm better, and maybe I'm immune. I don't know.
I prayed for his recovery when he got COVID. And I hoped at least he'd come out of it somewhat chastened. But what has he done? He's just doubled down on the misinformation he did before and making it worse. I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding?
People were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax.
If you want to check my shape on it, let's do push-ups together here, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. And I want to see these beautiful young ladies. I want to see them dancing when they're 4 years older, too.
That's not normal presidential behavior. We wouldn't tolerate it in our own family, except for maybe crazy uncle somewhere, you know.
This is the single most resilient
and bravest person I have ever met in my life.
We got everybody milkshakes, didn't we?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Got everybody?
Yes, sir. Earl MacArthur.
All right.
We got him. See, look.
Happy milkshake. Means following the science, listening to the experts. Listen to the science. If the scientists say that... I'm sorry.
He's going to lock down. This guy wants to lock down. He'll listen to the scientists.
Mr. Vice President, come talk to us.
It's a bracing reminder to all of us that we have to take this virus seriously.
And now I'm immune. I can jump into this audience and kiss every man and woman. I'm immune.
You are tuned into the Some Kind of Radio Show. Call now at 234-200-5110. Now, back to Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
Kiss every man and woman in this audience. Let me start with that.
You want to kiss every man and woman in the audience watching us right now. You want to kiss everyone watching us right now.
Let me line up those tongues, baby.
Yeah. All right, we're here. It's 10:12. We're still on the air. We're running in overtime right now here on the election as well as Some Kind of Radio Show. I was getting some insight. I was watching a little bit of CNN and a little bit of Fox News during the break, and the thought process from the Joe Biden camp is that they feel that he was going to come out soon and do it, basically claim victory because with 99% of the vote in Georgia, they're feeling pretty confident this thing will get called this evening. So, don't know. We'll have to wait and see because, if you look at CNN's numbers, Georgia's not enough. But if you look at the AP's numbers and you look at Reuters, you look at Fox News, any state claimed right now, other than Alaska, would be enough. Aaron, what's your thoughts on this?
I'm just going over everybody's different numbers here.
Yeah.
Georgia is 4,000.
4,000
down.
Yeah.
For CNN, and not quite as much for AP, or that's Fox News.
Fox News. Yeah, Fox News is saying, they're still saying 4,020 with 99% of the vote in Georgia. That's the one that's got 99.
It's about the same margin. No, it's a little bit less.
Yeah.
It's 4,100. So,
4,100, yeah.
Again,
right in the same ballpark.
99% of the vote,
That could go either way.
What's that 1%? We're talking about 1% of how many votes? 2 million, 5 million, 5 million votes. That's 50,000 votes.
50,000 votes. Yeah, exactly.
50,000.
Yeah, 4,000 don't mean shit. That could go swing right back to Trump at the last second on that.
For as much as I'd like to see a 4 a.m. dump.
Yeah.
We'll see what the numbers do.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
I'd like to go back to the days when we would know, because 100% of the precincts reported, and we've counted every vote. Yeah, counted every legitimate vote.
Okay, breaking news: Biden and Harris postpone election celebration. That's what the 8 o'clock meeting was supposed to be. They were supposed.
Oh my God!
They were going to claim victory at 8 o'clock, but the advisors said that it's not advisable to come out and do it now. Wait until the numbers are in, and then.
So somebody must have told them something at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And garnered them to say, "Let's go celebrate."
Yeah.
And then called back and said, "Wait a second, give us a little more time."
Give us a little more time. So this thing could be, whether Biden comes on tonight or not, we don't know. But they're standing by for for Biden to come out. But I mean, somebody knows something somewhere that they're not telling all of us. And another breaking story came out. China is cheering for potential Biden presidency. I'm sure China's
boy, there's a surprise.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
No.
I can't believe that. China is gonna cheer.
The next thing you're going to tell me is Ukraine is cheering for a Biden.
Yeah, well, wouldn't surprise me there too. Oh well.
So as we're waiting, there's another topic I wanted to touch on here.
Please do.
I watched as school levy after school levy fail.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cleveland City managed to eke one out. Parma, Euclid, Brunswick, which I'm always happy when they fail school levies, but that's for my own personal reasons. All failed. What do you think it is that drives? I mean, there used to be a time when people would vote for school levies hands down because this was money going towards educating our children.
Mm-hmm.
It was money going towards bettering our communities. This was money going towards increasing our property value because better school systems means better property.
Right.
And now people are looking at school systems and going, you know what? You don't need more money. Now, from my perspective, if a school system is worth its salt, it's doing what it's supposed to do with the money it's getting, and hands down, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But when I see school systems that I've been a part of, like you, Brunswick, where I see mismanagement, where I see frivolous spending, where I see money not going to where it's supposed to go, then I'm not going to throw money at I'm not going to put my finger in the well and hope that that doesn't develop into a crack.
Right.
Is my sentiment starting to echo? Are other people thinking the same thing? Is what happening here? Or is it just a lackadaisical, you know what, I don't want to spend any more money on my property taxes. Thank you very much. I'm just going to keep them where they are.
Yeah, and let me give you something along those lines there, Aaron. Now, I live in Akron. I have 5 properties. I have, obviously a bigger property tax liability than you do because of the fact that I've got my house and I've got rentals. Now, we have something that opened up a year ago here in Akron called the I Promise School. Thank LeBron James for the initial investment. Some of the added on goodies, Now, don't get me wrong, you get a scholarship to the University of Akron. Now, the University of Akron is that's a gift from the U, not a gift from LeBron. He gives away the bikes, the whatever, the other doodads. I, as a property taxpayer, still have to pay for those teacher salaries that are working there. And there's other costs that are related to operating a school. When I was growing up, I didn't have an I Promise school to go to if I was a troubled kid. If I was the troubled disciplinary issue kids are the ones that are going there. And their I Promise is, okay, I promise to straighten my life out, yada, yada. You know what I had growing up to straighten my life out at least through 6th grade? When I got in trouble, I had bend over, drop your drawers, expose your butt cheeks, and get paddled in front of the school. Guess what I didn't do again? Whatever caused me to get paddled. I got humbled. Today's kids can't do that. I knew from the job I had that I quit a few months ago, from working within APS was one of our accounts. I knew that when they moved all their operations to the big Taj Mahal they have downtown now, the old Suma Health building that they moved everything to, wow, they got all this money to move into this big building. Yet even the employees in there, well, yeah, they're already planning on throwing a levy in another year or two because they're going to need money to operate the I Promise School. They already knew that going in, but of course they're not going to tell the taxpayers that. They wanted to let everybody think that LeBron was paying to operate that I Promise School. And I said, well, you know what, screw that. If LeBron doesn't want to pay to operate the I Promise School, we just board that shit up. Why do we have that to worry about and giving them all these extra doodads to behave? Where's their incentive? I said, I want graduation rates to go up. Before, I'm like, and they're building all these new buildings. What for? I went to an old decrepit school. These kids can learn. They choose not to. They grew up. They're 18 years old. They're walking around. Their pants are hanging off their ass, and you know they have no hope. You know, and these people are all like, okay, well, look what LeBron did for himself. You know, hey, LeBron's a great basketball player. Don't get me wrong. You know, he got welcomed to St. V. You know, and you know he got. I mean, and now you've heard LeBron speak. You know, he didn't get educated when he went to St. V. I'll tell you one thing. When I was there, the times that I was inside St. V, I got to meet LeBron when he was a freshman in high school. You know, when all these other kids are going to Mass, because you have to go to Mass when you go to a Catholic school, no matter what. 11 o'clock, every kid, you know, everybody goes to Mass before they go to lunch. You know where LeBron was instead of in Mass with the rest of the school? The basketball team was in the gym practicing. Practicing, yeah. Oh, you don't.
Let me jump on a couple of points here.
Okay.
Before you jump on. I met LeBron when he asked the Summit Mall Apple store to close down and ask everybody to leave so he could shop, and he was a complete ass.
Yeah.
So
he's a cheat.
I can tell you from experience, I have no respect for the guy. When he opened up that school and gave it, you know, minimal funds and said, okay, here's this, you can put my name on it, but you're going to pay for it. I had no respect for the guy. Problem is not with the kids not wanting to learn. Problem, if we're going to point fingers, and boy do I love pointing fingers, is that unfortunately, a lot of times they don't have any direction. They don't have a positive role model, telling them where to go, what to do, how to do it, and giving them consequence if they don't. Okay? Unfortunately, a lot of the kids today and a lot of kids grew up after our generation didn't have any consequence if they didn't do things the way they were supposed to.
Yep.
And I know, you know, I've seen what happens when we grew up in a society that grew up with participation trophies and no positive role model, male, female, or otherwise. And it's sad. But you're right. I've seen Euclid is a prime example of what happens when you throw money in the wrong direction. They won one levy, and they took that money and built brand new buildings. They kept the same shitty teachers doing the same shitty job of babysitting and teaching to test schools instead of broadening minds, instead of challenging minds. I am going to teach you how to pass this test at the end of the year because that's all I have to do. I'm going to do the bare minimum. That is not what education is about, and that is not where I'm going to put my tax dollars, because the fact that I rent, my rent does go to the property tax. So, hey, I know where I'm going, and I am not going to continue to vote for levies in school systems that don't work. Now, thankfully, the school system I'm in now is very, very good.
Yes.
If they ask for money, I'm going to give it. If it raises my rent, so be it, because I know it's going where it should.
Yeah, and it's like I'm in Akron, and it's like I remember I commented something on their Facebook page, and I said, hey, you know, if you guys want a levy, I want higher graduation rates. And they're like, well, there's nothing we can do about that. All we can do is teach the kids. And I'm
wait a minute, whoa. Akron City Schools said there's nothing we can do
to increase
graduation rates.
Yeah, they're like, it's all up to the kids that want to. And I'm like, you know, realistically.
Tony, why didn't you put that in the fracking newspaper? That's huge. Akron City Schools said in their social media account that there's nothing they can do about it. What the fuck?
Graduation rates, you know, are all dependent on the kids wanting to learn. And here I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, you know, we got a bunch of elementary schools, we got our junior highs, and then we got fewer high schools. And I'm like, Akron could probably get away with one high school because you know, when I went to school, we had 30 to 35 per class.
Earl, this is why I drink.
I'm like, you know, there's a lot of things, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't need in the high schools that they have. I mean, like in Akron, they do it right. I mean, you've got vocations you can learn depending on which school you want. It's open enrollment, but the problem with our open enrollment in Akron is if you live in a nice district like a Firestone and Ellett, and you live in that district, you live 2 blocks from Ellett High School. Nice high school. Very good, very well-to-do part of town. Guess what? If you don't register for school on time, you could be stuck going to Bookdo on the west side where half the kids are walking to school strapped with pistols.
Why was I under the impression that Ellett was not a nice neighborhood?
There's two nice neighborhoods in Akron. There's Ellett and there's Firestone.
Nell's going downhill.
And Ellet's going downhill, but it's a lot nicer than say East or North.
Oh yeah,
or Garfield or Kenmore. Incomparable to those.
Right.
Oh yeah, Kenmore. Oh
yeah. Kenmore's going to close once Garfield is finished getting rebuilt. And a lot of people are, oh, well, why is Kenmore? And let me tell you what, I can tell you 3 fine individuals that Kenmore produced. The 3 individuals that robbed me on St. Paddy's Day and shot me. They'll be in jail until they're about 300 years old, but because they got busted and Judge Stormer put them away on consecutive sentences. So they'll be in jail the rest of their lives. That's the kind of quality individuals that Kenmore produced. I mean, Kenmore's total garbage. The neighborhood is, the residents, because nobody cares about anything down there. Everything, you drive up and down Kenmore Boulevard, it's Rent-A-Center, prepaid cell phones, carryouts, check cashing places, no-name gas stations. Nothing. There's nothing worthwhile that's in Kenmore. You could bulldoze the neighborhood, and Amazon could have it for all I care. But so closing Kenmore High School, yeah, I mean you're not missing nothing down there. And there's a lot of people that are homeschooling in Akron, if you can. So, but the problem is with the homeschooling, that, I'll give you an example. Earl, say Lori and Alex were still being homeschooled in Akron. Akron's still getting the money for them going to school.
Right.
Although you're homeschooling them.
Right.
So, I mean, there's the problem there is, Akron's got money. Akron's got plenty of money if it's spent right. Akron, they didn't need to move their administration out of the building that was into the big Taj Mahal. Mm-hmm. They didn't need to move. Right. They had buildings. Nothing wrong with the building. I used to go into the building. Could have used a little bit more of a modern elevator, but it functioned. The same thing.
It was a hand crank.
No, it was one. No, it was one of those ones that opened like it had a regular wide door. And it didn't have like a typical elevator door. It had the little pull across cage. You'd close the cage, and the door would close like a regular entry door for your house. And it was, that it was meant to only transport people, not anything else. But
as it's going up, you're listening to it creak.
Yeah, a little bit, but it functioned.
And not from the weight, just age.
Just age. But and you know what? Apparently that building's functions fine now because United Way moved in there. So, if that building was, in a total state of disrepair, how come United Way's in there? I don't know. So, but Akron's got plenty of money. I will never vote for an Akron school levy.
No.
They don't need nothing. The only people they bus in are their elementary school kids. Junior high and high school, you don't get busing anywhere in Akron. What do they got to spend money on busing for? You hop on the old Metro because Metro runs routes to get kids to school, especially if in an open enrollment, if you're an Ellet cluster and you don't register in time, you may have to go to Bookdale, or you may have to go to North, or you may have to go to East, and then you've got to get yourself to school. That's the only problem I have with open enrollment, for example, because the Bookdale kids could come to Ellet if they felt like it and cause trouble.
Well, the bottom line here is that there are school systems that we look at and go, you don't need money, you need a face.
Yeah.
You look at school systems like Seoul,
Karma.
like China, like the really good school systems that have their stuff together and have no problem raising funds. They could ask for a 10 mil levy and
get
the
it.
Constituency would go, here, let's take the reign for you here. Where there's others that are just like, no. So it's not so much, school levies, but it's starting to become more and more widespread because, again, I'd really like to know if some of this distance learning has had an effect. It's like, okay, well, if we can't decide how/when to open schools, how are we going to, how are you going to come at us asking for funds? Now, okay, that's a kind of a double-edged sword because these levies were planned months, maybe a year ago, where they said, okay, well, we have to go before the BOE, and we have to, petition for this, and go and do that, so on and so forth, and we have to have the right language and everything else. But and we're going to come back to more virus talk here.
Yeah.
But I've seen numbers that have said as schools open, they're ripe for more cases because you've got more people condensed in a larger in a smaller area. You have 25, 30 students packed into a small classroom. If one has COVID, guess what? They're all going to get COVID. Never mind daycare centers, which are petri dishes for every disease known to mankind.
Right.
Because you think you can teach a child social distancing?
No, God no.
Oh my God! Oh my God! These are the rawest, most honest beings on the planet. They will hug and kiss and lick everything, and they don't care.
Right.
They will see something on the ground, they will pick it up and they will put it in their mouth because why not?
Yeah.
So, and we're worried about we're wondering where the uptick is. But you're sitting here saying, you're having a hard time. We're all having a hard time.
Sorry, Aaron. Just got an alert that Joe Biden is set to speak very soon here
in Wilmington, Delaware.
So it's
Did you just say Wilhelmina, Delaware?
Wilhelmina, Delaware.
Yeah,
Wilmington. Wilhelmina, Delaware. Yeah, sure. Might as well be. Might as well be at this point. But no, there is an update.
Isn't that Bill Jack's wife, Wilhelmina?
Yeah, Wilhelmina. But yeah, I've also updated the graphic on the page right now. I didn't have it on there earlier, and I should have put it on there about 3 hours ago, but I updated the Electoral College numbers right there on our main screen that you can see right above Aaron's head right now. Those of you watching the show, I put the 264, 214 Decision 2020 Electoral College numbers right there for everyone to see. I should have done that hours ago, but I was going to do that hours ago, and I didn't think to do it until towards now. But
was busy masturbating.
Yeah, I did add that here because I thought it was a cleaner look without, but I was like, I should just put that on there. And actually, our viewer numbers have picked up here in the last few minutes too, which is really nice to see. We are still live.
It's our families wondering where the hell we are.
Yeah. What are they doing? They're still talking, everybody. We are here. We're live. We will not break away. We are out of breaks. If I take a break,
breaks don't work.
It might be a 90-second just break where we break it. If we do need to take a break for anything, we'll break away for maybe 90 seconds at a time and do that here as we just to give us a second if we need it. But we are here, we're live, and we are covering the Decision 2020. And Joe Biden is expected to speak very shortly. He was originally set to come out about 8 o'clock. The latest...
Well, they had to remind him, he's he might be winning the presidency.
Yeah, they had to wake him up and let him know, hey Joe, it's okay, you could talk soon here. But I did update the numbers.
That one episode of The West Wing where what's his name walks in and says, "It wasn't a nightmare. You are the president."
Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. I did update that, and we are standing by for Joe Biden's speech, whatever that may be, whether it's. Now, if you were advising Joe Biden tonight, now let's play a little devil's advocate for a second, Aaron. Yep. If you were advising Joe Biden tonight, what would you tell him to say tonight, knowing what we know right now, which is absolutely nothing? What would you advise him to go out and say this evening, if it was up to you?
Concede and give Donald 4 more years.
Yeah. But no, if you were Joe Biden. I know.
You asked me what I would tell.
I know, but if you were one of his advisors in his shoes, what would you be telling him to say tonight?
If things are going the way they are right now, I would tell him to much like he did in the other speech, just kind of galvanize the American people.
Right.
Try to remind them that we're all one people. We're Democrats, we're Republicans, but first and foremost, we're Americans.
Yeah.
To try to squelch any civil unrest that may come, from anything. Try to squelch, what's going on in Philadelphia, what's going on in Portland. Kind of try to start unifying the country now.
Right.
And remind people that, much as it has been in the past, when a country is divided politically like this, these decisions are going to take time. I'm not here to tell you that I've won, because clearly I haven't yet. Even though that it looks like it's a foregone conclusion, until it is a conclusion, I'm not going to say that I've won.
Right.
And stay the course. And let the people let the votes be counted, and give them time to count the votes.
Right.
Now, if we find out something new, then keep his victory speech professional, keep it pleasant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. I know this is going to be I know that the president wants to contest this, and he's well within his rights. All these people have spoken, and we want to start working towards healing that gap and bringing people together. And I want to be a president for all the people. I want to enact things that work for everybody, and start looking forward towards January 20th.
Right.
And here's a wild thought too. Now follow me on this, Aaron. Say something does happen over the next week or two, okay, and Biden's declared the winner. Here's what I could see. Follow me on this. Trump resigning, because he's got a lot of legal crap following him once he gets out of the White House, which I think is one of the big things, reason why he's trying to stay in. He's got a lot of allegations and crap. Trump resigning, Mike Pence becomes president until January 20th. Mike Pence pardoning Trump on everything, giving him a total clean bill of health, and away from everything that he's got following him. What would you think?
Okay. That plays out to an extent, but this is Donald Trump. He can't keep his mouth shut. We love him for it.
Yeah.
But there's going to if I see where you're going with this, and I smell shades of Richard Nixon, and it's a beautiful plan. But Richard Nixon was pardoned for very specific crimes.
Yeah.
Specific acts. Donald Trump is a walking lawsuit. He's not been, if it hasn't been filed yet, it's going to be. And there's going to be more to come. Just because he's pardoned for, first of all, it's kind of hard to pardon, to kind of give him a blank check and say, you're pardoned for everything. First of all, there are no criminal allegations on him whatsoever. None. Everything that's up in the air on him is civil.
Well, see,
sitting president can't pardon civil lawsuits.
No. Well, a lot of the stuff of what I read, that he's got all these sexual assault allegations against him, a lot of these criminal stuff, because you can't go after anything that's happened in his private life. They can't come after him while he's in office.
Okay.
So, example, if say he loses the election, and okay, then he's a former president. Then they could come after him for whatever criminal things that they think they have against him.
I see what you're getting at too, but he would have to be formally charged.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do it in 60 days.
They're not going to do it while he's still sitting. And
No.
they're not going to do it even if he resigns.
They're not going to do it.
wait
They're
until
not going to.
January
Yeah,
20th.
they're going to wait until after January. Because they will, because they want to make sure that he has no way out of it. Because
He's
you're
detached
right.
completely.
Because Pence, could go in there very last day and do it, but I don't. I just don't see that
All
happening.
things considered, if you've thought of it, Tony,
yeah,
you can guarantee Donald's thought of it.
Yeah,
probably has.
Crowds.
But again, he's got money coming out his ass. He took every last cent that he was given for his salary in these last 4 years and donated it because he doesn't need it.
Nope.
Now, why he didn't donate any of that to Back Alley Radio, I don't know.
No.
We're still waiting for our check, but that's fine.
Where's our
but,
check at, Donald?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? We endorsed you. Where's our check?
I think that somebody else has it and we still owe us money.
Okay.
Ooh.
It could be. Yeah. It might be. It might be. Yeah. There you go.
But But again, it's I don't think he's going to come out clean, but he's going to come out sweet. And the dogs believe me too.
Yeah.
Pod Save America, Crooked Media.
I still don't have anything new on as far as anybody getting called.
Yeah. No. Nothing getting called, nothing close, no changes yet. But the latest is he's to come out very soon. So we'll wait and see here if he comes out. And because I want to see what he's going to say. I mean, is he going to come out and
declare victory?
Or is he going to come out and say we're going to wait a little longer? Who knows?
Let's talk about this before we take a really quick.
Yeah, because I want to take a 90-second. We'll take a 90-second break. You know.
Here's the thing. Our next show.
Yeah.
Is Friday, the 13th.
Yes, it is.
Now, obviously we set aside this show to talk about politics because it's the first show after Election Day.
Mm-hmm.
And last week last month we did all the Halloween stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dare I ask what next week's show is going to be?
Don't know what next week's show is going to be. I was just going to kind of wait and see what happens with this one and go from there.
Yeah.
Election results part 2.
It could be. It could very well be election results part 2.
Yeah.
This is the show that never ends.
It could be election results part 2, because then we could decisively discuss what happened. Because if we get a decision tonight, we might be discussing what happened here real quick. But who knows? We'll kind of just play it by ear on this one. I haven't really laid out anything for the next 3 weeks.
Someone wake up Ben.
I'm
awake.
He said he's awake.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you're like, I'm just.
You're about as awake as Tony.
Tony's wide awake right now.
I'm wide awake.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, okay. The Biden motorcade is moving, guys. So
Yeah,
there is a Biden motorcade heading towards the. So there's something going on here.
That's a lot of police escort.
Yeah, there's a big motorcade heading towards the press conference site, which is
where's he actually at?
Wilmington, Delaware.
Like his house?
No, they're at
they're in a parking lot somewhere.
in a big parking lot by
a Planet Fitness.
Yeah. So there is a big they're getting ready to do
By
something.
a Walmart, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But they are bringing Joe Biden to the location. So we are going to get a speech here. I'm going to estimate right around 11 o'clock is what I'm thinking. So we're going to stick with this. We're going to take a 90-second break, and we'll be right back here on the show, guys. Stay tuned.
My burps taste like hot dogs.
We're coming back with continuing coverage here of Decision 2020 here live on some kind of radio show, here live on Facebook Live.
I got a story.
You have a story.
I went in to tell Michelle that Biden was about to get ready to speak.
Yeah.
So she puts on NBC to watch Bella's remark as soon as she sees the TV change and sees what's going on. And I quote, "Oh God, it's the president's show."
I love that kid.
Oh
There
God,
you go.
it's the president's show.
Because when we were watching, she called it the president's show.
Right.
We were watching election results.
The President Show.
So, the first thing that comes up as she changes the channel is the graphic with Biden and Trump. And she goes, "Oh, God, the President Show." And I'm like, "Oh, my God, I love this girl."
How old is Bella?
She will be 9 next weekend.
Yeah, so that's about the right perspective for a 9-year-old because they don't really understand.
The President Show that was supposed to be over like 4 friggin' days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, we are standing by. We are standing by. The motorcade has arrived at the location there. What I can't remember the name of it. What's it say there, Tony? I can't see it from here.
Walmart. I told you, it's the parking lot of Walmart.
Speaking of Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, there's it says it right in the sign. There's something center there.
I can't even read it. Chase Center.
Chase Center. The Chase Center. That's right. The Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. That's where they're in the parking lot of the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. And there's cars out there. Matter of fact, they are going to bring the coverage is getting ready to start up here on the stream here. So I'm going to be giving.
They must have already had this pre-planned because look how well set up that staging area is.
That was the same setup from Tuesday night.
Yeah, same setup from Tuesday night. It's been there for 4 days. It's been there for like 5 days.
Okay.
So okay, I do have the coverage available, and it's going to play whenever we switch to it. So right now we are just waiting for Biden and Harris to come out, and there we go.
Oh, here somebody was like, "Will Trump execute Order 66?" Only my Star Wars friends will understand.
Order 66.
Yeah. So I told her I'll go put on my Stormtrooper costume, but I've got better aim than them.
Jesus. Whoops.
And ironically enough, I'm wearing my Sith Lord hat, so they won't shoot me.
All right. So we're waiting. Right now they're showing a picture of the stage. We will not show the video of it. I will cut to a graphic. But we will, when we do get the speech, we will carry it here live. This is the fun of it. That's the thing. I was talking with John the other night there, Aaron. I was like, see, whenever we get, back alley radio up and running, this is the kind of events we'd love to be able to get on there and do, and we're doing it anyway because we can, but this is the kind of stuff that I love to cover. And, this is fun. This is our democracy at work, whether you like what's going on. I know I don't like what's going on, but still it's fun to cover nonetheless because we're a part of it. We're all a part of it in some way, and right now we're really a part of it because we are covering it live. Some kind of radio show doing it first. Normally we're a show that just... See, one thing that this show has changed, and Aaron, I know you can definitely vouch for this, how much this show is more from just a bullshit comedy show to we actually delve more into some real-life hard-hitting stuff from what we used to do.
Right. But we still have fun doing it.
And that's the important thing. We have a lot of fun doing it. So
at some point, some folks would say we have too much fun doing it. What is too much fun?
Well, we're having a good time.
Not
That's all that
enough.
matters.
Too much fun is losing a nipple.
Yeah, and we're like I said, we are standing by.
Also not enough.
We are standing by again. Kamala Harris is slated to speak first. So they're both willing to speak tonight. Again, speculation. What are they going to discuss? What are they going to come out and say tonight?
It really, like I said, it all depends on who knows what. And
Yeah, I mean, what are they? Do they know? I mean, are they being informed of a decision that's going to be made, or are we going to? It makes you wonder if there's going to be a decision released this evening. I mean, it really makes you wonder if he's.
They're walking up to the stage now.
Yeah, they're getting ready. So, if you have it in the background, I'll mute everybody so it does come through. But I will play it for you guys here, and you'll be able to hear it. Right now, they're heading to the stage, but they are not on the stage yet. And once it's on the stage, I will switch it over, and we will carry the speech live right here. And it's happening momentarily, everybody. So please stand by.
Operators are standing by.
That's right. All right. This is going to be interesting.
What?
And here they come.
Good evening. fellow Americans. We don't have a final declaration of victory yet, but the numbers tell us it's clear, tell us a clear and convincing story. We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours, we were behind in Georgia. Now we're ahead, and we're going to win that state. 24 hours ago, we were behind in Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania. And now we're ahead, but we're winning in Arizona, we're winning in Nevada, and in fact, our lead just doubled in Nevada. We're on track to over 300 electoral votes, electoral college votes. And look at the national numbers. We're going to win this race with a clear majority of the nation behind us. We've gotten over 74 million votes. Let me repeat that, 74 million votes. That's more than any presidential ticket has ever gotten in the history of the United States of America. And our vote total is still growing. We're beating Donald Trump by over 4 million votes. And that's a margin that's still growing as well. One of the things I'm especially proud of is how well we've done across America. And we're going to be the first Democrat to win in Arizona in 24 years. We're going to be the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. And we've rebuilt the blue wall in the middle of the country that crumbled just 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the heartland of this nation. I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters, men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. They've given us a mandate for action on COVID, the economy, climate change, systemic racism. They made it clear they want the country to come together, not continue to pull apart. The people spoke, more than 74 million Americans, and they spoke loudly for our ticket. But while we're waiting for the final results, I want people to know we're not waiting to get the work done and start the process. Yesterday, Senator Harris and I held meetings with groups of experts on public health and the economic crisis this country is facing. The pandemic, as you also know, is getting more worrisome all across the country. Daily cases are skyrocketing, and it's now believed that we could see as many as 200,000 cases in a single day. The death toll is approaching 240,000 lives lost to this virus. That's 240,000 empty chairs, kitchen tables, and dining room tables all across America. We'll never be able to measure all that pain and the loss, the suffering that so many families have experienced. We know something about what it feels like to lose someone. And I want them to know they're not alone. Our hearts break with you. I want everyone to know on day one, we're going to put our plan to control this virus into action. We can't save any of the lives lost, any of those who have been lost, but we can save a lot of lives in the months ahead. Senator Harris and I also heard yesterday about how this recovery is slowing because of the failure to get the pandemic under control. More than 20 million people are on unemployment. Millions are worried about making rent and putting food on the table. Our economic plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery. Look, we both know tensions are high. They can be high after a tough election, one like we've had. But we need to remember, we have to remain calm, patient. Let the process work out as we count all the votes. You know, we're proving again what we've proved for 244 years in this country. Democracy works. Your vote will be counted. I don't care how hard people try to stop it. I will not let it happen. The people will be heard. Our journey is toward a more perfect union, and it keeps moving on. In America, we hold strong views. We have strong disagreements, and that's okay. Strong disagreements are inevitable in a democracy, and strong disagreements are healthy. They're a sign of a vigorous debate, of deeply held views. But we have to remember, the purpose of our politics isn't total, unrelenting, unending warfare. No, the purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, and to improve the lives of our people. We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. No matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another. We have to put the anger and the demonization behind us. It's time for us to come together as a nation to heal. It's not going to be easy, but we have to try. My responsibility as president will be to represent the whole nation. And I want you to know that I'll work as hard for those who voted against me as those who voted for me. That's the job. That's the job. It's called the duty of care for all Americans. We have serious problems to deal with, from COVID to the economy to racial justice to climate change. We don't have any more time to waste on partisan warfare. You know, and more than that, we have such an incredible opportunity to build the future we want for our kids and our grandkids. I've said many, many times, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this nation. There is no reason we can't own the 21st century. We just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do, unable to accomplish when we've done it together. I hope to be talking to you tomorrow. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Good night.
Okay, that was former Vice President Joe Biden. Kamala Harris did not speak. Let me get off this screen here. All right. Let me get off this thing here because I don't think we want to. There we go.
All right.
All right, reaction.
USA. Okay, I'm done.
He followed some of my lead in attempting to kind of galvanize.
Yeah.
Maybe he's listening. Maybe he's listening to the show and he got your advice.
There you go. Presidential advisor. I just don't get that kind of salary. I'm a little bit taken aback that he, all in all, pretty much declared victory without declaring victory, much that the president did on election night. And also, what I took from the undertext of that is essentially saying to the president, pack up your lawsuits and go home. You know, i.e., you know, we need to put all this partisan bullshit behind us and work as a nation, so on and so forth. You know, every vote will be counted, so on and so forth. And
it was a presidential speech.
It was a very presidential speech.
Yeah.
And it was a very galvanizing speech.
Yeah.
He's basically, you know, we've got two people who are sitting here going to say, I won, no, I won, no, I won. And in the long run, we're just going to have to trust the numbers. But what struck me as odd is that, you know, he talked about the virus. He talked about how, you know, on day one, we're going to push forward a plan to, you know, to get behind us.
Yeah.
Why are we not doing that now? If you have some sort of grand scheme plan to get this pandemic at bay and get us behind this virus and back to a functioning nation, why are you waiting until January?
Right.
Why isn't this something that we're doing right now?
Yeah.
and he talked about the economic downturn. I really wish that he would have said something about the stimulus, because that's something that we could start working on right now.
Yeah.
The election is over, and we could, I mean, Kamala's a senator. She still sits in the Senate. She actually won her re-election. And if this goes south, she still sits in the Senate.
Right.
Again, he touched on some, he touched the emotional nerve, but he really didn't say much other than
no real meat and potatoes to it.
Right. It was garnished, but there was no entree.
Right. Okay. Well, Jason called in. I answered the phone, but I don't think he hung on the line long enough for the phone to go through.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he probably wasn't listening to us all night anyway.
No, and he wasn't.
It's just...
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta fix something real quick. There we go. Got to disarm the security
Breaking
system.
news: Biden postponed election fireworks.
Yeah. Well, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
All right, live 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, live 11 p.m.
Live at 11 p.m. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Would you believe that? Nothing at all happened.
You know who Kamala Harris reminds me of? She reminds me of Tamina Snuka. If you follow WWE wrestling,
You didn't go there.
yeah, she.
Yes, he did.
Oh my God.
Well, I received. Well, when they first announced that Kamala was was going to be his vice presidential pick, so I posted up a YouTube video and I said, hey, this is the first thing I come up with when I put Kamala, and it was the wrestler, and I said, oh boy, nice to see an ex-pro wrestler getting into politics, following in the lines of Jesse Ventura and whatnot. And I had a bunch of people delete me and said I was racist.
I would have loved him as president. Oh.
Who, Jesse Ventura?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He ran in. He had a run in the Reform Party that Ears did. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can't remember his name, but Ross Perot's Reform Party. That's where he was affiliated when he was.
Yeah, race called in Arizona. Ballots left to count: 92,000 in Maricopa County, 170,000 statewide.
Oh, Arizona.
Trump narrows gap with latest Arizona data release. Breaking news.
News breaks, we fix it.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Right.
Somebody needs to play a good gag on Biden and tell him like the new White House is like in the middle of like the Middle East or something.
Yeah. Jason, are you there, buddy? Go ahead.
Gentlemen, before we take Jason, I'm going to have to sign off here. I have some obligations I need to take care of here at home.
All right, buddy.
It has been a wonderful show. Thank you all very, very much. I will see you again next week, Friday the 13th, where we will all be walking underneath ladders and all sorts of weird, superstitious bullshit.
All right,
Thank you
sounds
very
good.
much for hanging in there. Peace out.
I can call
Good night.
You're fine, Jason. You're on. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jason. You're on. Go ahead, buddy. You're on. Jason, go ahead. Jason, you hear me? Jason.
Hello, Jason.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
I hear you. Go ahead, Jason.
I just got some juicy information from my cousin. This is Biden is probably jinxing his win, because what I'm about to tell you, I heard from 3 different sources today.
Okay. Go ahead and share the juicy news. Go ahead.
You know how when you're working, you know how when you're working at the bowling alley, someone gives you a $20 bill.
Yeah.
And you have to take a marker and you swipe it across the $20 bail.
Yep. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, well, Trump put the little system up. He had visible ink on all the ballots, the mail-in ballots.
The watermark.
And
The watermark, yeah.
Yeah, he put watermark. He had watermark on all the ballots. So now I heard from my mom heard from a source.
Mm-hmm.
I heard from a guy at work, and I heard from my cousin about an hour ago.
Okay.
And now I won't know what state this is, but Trump was leading ahead. So when they made them let the people in, well, some reporters, I guess, remained behind. Well, some trucks showed up mysteriously with extra ballots after Trump was winning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Trump takes this to the Supreme Court, which will happen in the next few weeks, they're going to demand. He's going to say, "Hey, I set the system up, was watermark the ballots, and if I'm like, now having said that, even if he has a legit ballots to beat Trump, he's still screwed, because here's the thing: he gets in the White House, every Republican senator, every Republican congressman, and especially in 22, if the Republicans take the House and they have the Senate, what do you think they're going to do? If they're going to want to look, into this, how all these false ballots got in, and they're going to want to know who's behind this. And someone's going to get impeached. Now, having said that, if Trump does, if the Supreme Court agrees to his proposal, Biden will probably lose, and Trump gets reelected, you're going to see some people go to jail.
I don't know. That's a pretty elaborate sounding scheme there, Jason. But I mean, nothing would surprise me with any of this. Quite frankly,
I don't know about people going to jail, but I'm telling you what, he did watermark those ballots, and why would Trump be fighting this to the big Supreme Court unless he had the ace in the hole? Because if I was him by now, I got all the money in the roll. Why would I want to waste time fighting something? I'd be like, R2D2, what Yoda has the White House? He's got something up. Why would he trade this on unless he had something up his sleeve? I mean, you could say, well, there's a lot at stake. I'm telling you, he watermarked those ballots. I heard from 3 different sources. I'm not saying people would go to jail. I mean, as far as Biden getting impeached, but I'm telling you, this will be, voting fraud will be the thing of the past. If this is for 3 different sources I heard, it wouldn't be hard to watermark all of those ballots.
well, you know, the problem is too, is you run into this. Every state does it differently. Every single state.
Yep.
Ohio does it different from Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania does it different from California. They all do it differently. I mean, if you heard the story yesterday that I broke, Georgia, there was a county in Georgia that made the ballots bigger so people could read them. Well, then here's the problem. What they did is then, it's time to count those ballots, run it through the scanning machine. They're too big.
They don't fit.
They don't fit. So guess what? Now they're going to have to go back through, and what they said they were going to do, they were going to hand copy the ballot for ballot with the new ballot. So they made a matching set of ballots to do that. Now tell me, they say they're going to put them together and staple them at the end, and you can verify them later. Okay, but how much chance for fraud is there? I see a lot. So, I mean, there's so much different from state to state.
Well,
what needs to happen is a centralized national voting system. That's what needs to happen, but the states won't go for it.
I agree. But Antonia, he watermarked those ballots. Antonia, he did. Antonia, he watermarked those ballots. And they're gonna, I'm telling you, why in the world? If I was Trump by now, I'd say the heck with this crap. I'm going to Hawaii.
We're going to see. Yeah, this is. This is going to be in litigation for weeks. We know that. You and I both know it.
Well, the thing is, I'm not saying Trump will win. I'm just saying Trump has something up his sleeve. He wouldn't be hanging on unless he has something.
Jason, Trump could be losing 2-1. We all know how sore of a loser he is. I mean,
I'm a Trump guy too, but
he's a sore loser. I wanted 4 more years of Trump, but problem is he's a sore loser. He's going to exercise every option.
I'll tell you what. I'll do something that I can afford to do if I lose a bet. How about we go on tap and I'll buy you a beer if Biden wins? Because beer's expensive, I can't afford that.
Jason, it's all right. Don't worry about that. Here's what's going to suck, and everybody pretty much on this program is a Trump guy. Yeah, everybody here. Yeah. So I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but most of the guys, most people here.
Yeah, most.
Unless you're Asian or Victoria.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
But most people, a good majority of the people on the program here.
I voted with my wallet.
Yep. I voted with him, and I voted Trump. I'm not gonna. Here's the thing, with the whole thing with Trump, Donald Trump is Donald Trump. No, God, no, I don't want Biden. But here's the thing: if Biden wins it, what are we gonna do? We got to accept it. I mean, it sucks, but our day's gonna have to go on. I mean,
I'm telling you. You may be right, but I'm telling you, I'm hearing from sources. I don't waste my time watching fake news, but
I don't watch fake news either. I stick with the real ones.
You don't waste your time listening to talk radio either. Okay, never mind.
I'm telling you, I mean, someone's gonna be eating their own words, but I will say this: Jim Isabella, who predicted every major event in this country, the whole 8 years he's been working at the FM station, predicts Biden will get in. But I'm gonna let. If Trump wants to take it to the Supreme Court, let him.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. We know that.
Well, I'm just what? Okay, what I'm gonna say.
Go ahead.
I think you're right. I think you're right because I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I think you're right. But what if you're wrong? What if Trump goes Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says, "Okay, we'll do it your way," or even give in the White House? What if you're wrong?
I'm gonna end on this. All I'm gonna say, as much as I am a Trump guy, just as much as you are, Jason, all I'm gonna say is Trump better have some meat and potatoes with his allegations if he goes to the lawsuits to the Supreme Court. Because if he don't, even though he just appointed Amy Coney Barrett, and he just appointed her, so there's a reason. Think about this. Why else would you bring your Supreme Court justice in? It's your pick. He knew this was going to go bad. I hate to say it. He ain't going to say it publicly, but I think he knew this was going to go bad. And when he had a chance to get somebody in there, he did, which is great. He was a great pick. But what I'm going to say is this. He better have some kind of justification for what he's going to say, or they're going to laugh him out of the court. Period.
Yep.
Well, all I got to say is I'm willing to stop because I even pretty much throw in the towel. But from what my cousin told me, and I've seen people pull rabbits out of a hat before. I'm telling you.
It ain't over till it's over. I mean, that's going to be the bottom line. It's not over till it's over.
Okay, you may be right. I'm just looking at either scenario because I'm scared to death if he gets in there. We're gonna get stuck with this math crap.
Oh, I'm not. It's not. I'm not real happy about it either. But it's this point. I mean, what are we gonna do?
But I'm just saying, what if you're wrong? What if he gets in there for 4 more years?
Then I'll be happier than a pig in shit. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. I'll be one of the happiest people in the world. But
do you really? I'm gonna tell you what. I'm pretty sure if you make that bet with me, I'll be buying you a beer on tap because I'm pretty sure from what I saw. But I'm just saying, if he did watermark those ballots, and
that's major fraud. It's gonna get ugly. I mean, that's major voter fraud. But I don't think it would be so much just Joe Biden. You got to think about I think it's the entire Democratic Party. It's up to no good.
I talked to a guy today, and if my cousin's right, I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna go. Remember Superman 3 with Richard Pryor?
Yep, sure do.
Richard Pryor was pulling that scheme
Mm-hmm.
with the weather machines with that rich guy, and that he was at a restaurant or somewhere, and he heard 2 guys talking what was going on. And one guy goes, "You know what happens to get it when stuff like this happens? It's
The rich people.
middleman."
The little man's gonna suffer, and the rich is gonna get richer. That's exactly true.
I talked to a guy that told me, the first guy that told me the day about it, and he agreed with me. He said the people that will go to jail are not the Bidens or the Harris, the B people, or Nancy Pelosi.
It's the little guy. You're right.
Yeah, they're all these people.
It's the patsies.
Poor people. I shouldn't say poor people.
It's the patsies.
I do think I'm a fair person. I think it's not fair for the poor person to go to jail when he's working for a rich guy that was given in the marching orders.
It's the patsies. It's the little guy. You're right.
I'm telling you, if Trump gets in all these people that were working those polls are going to go to jail while Biden goes out off to some retirement home. But I don't know. But
I don't think it's so much the poll workers as the people on top. I mean, I think the poll workers are just doing what they're told. How much? Think about all the crazy crap that happened overnight between Tuesday and Wednesday. The big swing of votes. Aaron brought this up earlier. You mean to tell me that 70,000 votes that came in overnight were all Biden? I call BS, and I'm with you there, Jason. I think something. I still think something's up.
This is what I told my cousin. I said, even if they wanted to mark all the votes, let's say they tested them, I said they could. Biden could still win, but I'm convinced if that happens, Biden's still gonna be kind of screwed because he may not get impeached, but you know how with the Clinton thing with Ken Starr, there's only someone in Congress that's just gonna be just gonna want to go on the witch hunt with Biden, and if Biden lasts for 4 or 8 years and they got some guy like Ken Starr investigating all the 2020 voting thing, I could live with that because I'll laugh on the news when they're giving he's constantly dealing with being investigating. Well, weren't you all guys doing that to Trump for 4 years? Now it's your turn. Because I think like with karma, not to do with that states about what goes around, what comes around. I think most likely again, then after even though they wanted to mark the votes, and I think eventually there's going to be someone before his first term is up is going to look into it, and that person is going to be a pain in Biden's ass.
I don't think you're wrong there, buddy. No doubt. I don't think Biden's going to make it through 4 years. I'll be honest with you. I don't see him getting much past a year.
I think Pearson is going to be the one that deal with all this crap because I'm telling you, if Trump if he wanted to mark those votes, I told my cousin he may still have enough legit votes to win, but I'm telling you, there's going to be someone in Congress that's going to want to know why how real those false votes come from, and he's gonna have Ken Starr just like Bill Clinton had, and he's gonna have it for the 4 to 8 years, and I think if the Republicans getting the justice out of it, I think that'd be let them get in after they want to mark the votes. If he has enough legit votes, fine. But after that, I say we give the Democrats a piece of their own medicine. Hey, we want to know where all these false votes come from. We're going to investigate this. We're going to go to states, and if we trace it back to you, Biden or Harris, we're going to have, what will be coming next. So I just think, and you know what? I'm going to disobey every social program even, and I would tell the special prosecutor, hey, go too fast, but go go just enough fast to living how? I mean, make him so miserable that what he did to Trump, make him so miserable that you're going to spend the next worry about the country. You're going to have to constantly worry about that. Will this prosecutor come up with damaging evidence to get you impeached? Just the fear of him getting impeached will be enough to make me satisfied.
Well, the impeachment won't get past it won't get past the House because it's Democratic. He ain't going to get past the Democratic. Ain't going to get past a democratically controlled House.
Coming next, and I got news for you. If Trump did watermark those votes, the next election, the Democrats are not going to be able to pull it again, because then they're going to say, hey, let's watermark all the ballots.
Right.
And then voting fraud, they're going to have a hard time doing voting fraud.
I hear you, buddy.
Second time around. Nothing's bulletproof, but hey,
hey, we'll see what happens.
See what happens.
That's it.
But I'm sorry, I'm gonna.
Jason, all right.
I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Say what you feel, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. Say what you're saying, what you feel, buddy. That's fine. That's what we do here.
Earl.
Yeah.
So I hope you're not mad at me.
Why would I be mad at you? Speak your mind. That's fine. I'm not mad at you. Why would I have no reason to be mad at you, buddy. None.
Speak the truth.
What?
I have no reason to be mad at you one bit. So.
Yeah.
No reason at all. But Jason, hey man, I am gonna get off here. I want to end this show. We're like an hour and a half over, bud, and I got to get out of here.
Yeah. Hey, if he. I'll call you in a couple weeks, and you could see. Jason, I told you so, okay?
All right, we'll see what happens, buddy. All right, I'll talk to you soon. All right, that was Jason, everybody. All right,
Okay.
all right, thanks so much. All right, we ran an hour and a half over. That was kind of not our plan, but we did it.
USA.
But, we're going to end the show on a high note here, and we're going to go ahead and get on out of here for the night.
Sounds good to me.
So thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us on this little marathon edition. Decision 2020. We still don't have a winner yet, but we'll see what happens. We might be doing another one of these next week, so we'll see what happens.
Yep.
I won't hold your breath.
Say what?
I just seen Nevada's numbers just jump up and Arizona's.
Yep. Well, we still may be we may do an election results show next week. We might actually get to do that. So we'll see what happens here. All right, everybody, we're going to get on out of here. It is time to go. I've got to get up in the morning. I have to work. So
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, you too. All right.
Bye.
It's time to go. All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. We will see everybody next week.